if you wanna stay. We could fly night and day, yeah. Tell me where you wanna go. We could fly to the stars, yeah. Tell me if you wanna stay. We could fly yeah.
We are back.
Oh, this is nice here.
Day one of the Birmingham Open, number one in SSA, got off with Must-Do Fluck and Hey Riz, a challenge, a competition we were all looking forward to seeing. We thought it would be close, but Must-Do Fluck were dispatched early in a sweep and sent back home.
Yeah, quite the surprise, Greybeard, but the matches did not stop there. Genesix unable to clinch top 6 against Ball Eater. They had a run of great plays, incredible, masterful defense in games 2 and 3, but in the end, Ball Eater's attack just a little too overwhelming.
And in the upper bracket, the Maestros played Dano Chief, and, well, the Spaniards certainly proved their name to be correct. The two Maestros, VK Sailor and Leoro, joined by Torres this time around, and the new Spaniard immediately had an impact. But even though he had an impact, the two veterans of the London Major of last year, Leoro and VK Sailor, still showing that they have what it takes to potentially reach yet another grand final here in SSA.
And then on the other side of the upper bracket, the South African showdown that everyone was waiting for, Cosmico Esports looking to challenge the kings of SSA and Limitless. Everyone was hyped up with this new Cosmico roster. They did a great job in the bracket stages, even managing to take down the Hey with Riz side that's been looking so good. And in the early part of the series, Cosmico looked great, taking a 2-1 lead after game number 3. But Limitless does, as Limitless always does. They have something else to offer. They rallied, they picked up the pace, and led with some beautiful passing plays between Snowy and To Die For. They took the series 4-2.
And we arrive now to day 2. Yesterday, Team Falcons beat out the EU intrusion of Twisted Minds in the grand final. Team Evo exited the North American top 8. And today, OCE Locals wildcard took care of Chiefs and Raziers, which means the last bastion for EU is SSA, with 2 SSA teams remaining of the final 5. And this is Championship Sunday. We will crown a champion today, gentlemen. And after an eventful day, we end up with 5, not 6 final teams after Dunno Chief forfeited. And I expect nothing short of drama for the day.
Drama is always what you get in SSA, right? And at the beginning of yesterday, I said this was a season to be defined by chaos and unpredictability. We didn't see half these teams. We saw roster swaps. We knew that there was definitely improvement coming in today, pretty much across the board. But who really kind of like peaked that? How the very shuffled rosters of last seasons came together and where they ended up, I wasn't surprised. I wasn't prepared, but I seem to have the best of the predictions. So it's you guys that seem confused for still.
It's new, right? Like, we still have to see everything gel together. We don't know how strong the imports are going to be. We didn't even know, quite frankly, how strong the locals were going to be. We had a good idea Limitless would still be on top, but behind that, well, in the end, everyone improved in lockstep, it seems. But the most important thing is everyone improved, and we could see that on Friday on the GSL streams, and also yesterday during our first 4 quarterfinals. Everyone, from Genesix to Cosmico to Limitless, has stepped up massively.
I like that Mocked mentioned, like, well, the one thing we can know is that Limitless are ahead. They're the ones that went. When nearly Cosmico took them to game 7, like, that one could have gone topsy-turvy as well. So the unpredictability is it's welcome here in this open. As Greybeard, we were talking in the green room, none of us really know how today is going to go.
Well, everyone's had if we look at the teams today coming from the qualifiers last weekend up to yesterday, pretty much everyone has had a turn at winning and losing. We're kind of used to in SSA, by the time we get to Championship Sunday, there's 1 or 2 teams who have just cruised their way and are pretty much just destined for the grand finals. Today, 5 teams, we're not entirely sure. Of course, there are favorites, but no one is a clear cut above everybody else. And by and large, SSA kind of holding up. 40% of the signups were SSA. We're in and around 40% still if we look at the 2 out of 5. And depending on how game 1 goes, we might be at 50-50. So overall, I am pleased with the SSA progress. And Alt, we have touched on it. And it could have been far, far worse in terms of our own improvement. But I just feel we are figuring out how to rise to the occasion.
Yeah, South Africans, we're not new to trials and tribulations in our lives. And there seems to be this indomitable spirit. You get challenged, you get knocked down, you get this imposition forced upon you. And yet the guys here they go, we're going to work harder. They got new coaches in here. We've seen everyone down to like the school kids right now. We chatted about it yesterday, just to touch on it, is there are kids getting to get LAN experience. And you and I, Greybeard, got to see these kids actually looking to pros and getting stuff like hats signed, which is an incredibly special experience. But it kind of then also pushed the pros. They were like, we're here, we've earned a name. We need to live up to these people who are starting to look up to us as heroes, as pros. And so there's this spirit of, we're going to be here, we're going to fight, and we're going to make a name for SSA. And I love to see that from everyone that we've seen this weekend.
We get knocked down, but we get up again. Yeah. That brings us to our schedule. Let's have a look at the bracket and where we are and what we are likely to see as the day rolls out today. There are 5 teams remaining, and we have first a quarterfinal matchup, and that is between Cosmico Esports and Ball Eater, and then our semifinals. One of those semifinals already set, Limitless versus Hey Riz, and then the Maestros will take on the winner of our first game. and Cosmico and Ball Eater, not the first time they have matched up. They did meet earlier on, and that went to a Game 5 thriller macht. So it could have gone either way there.
Yeah, I mean, Game 5 just screams that these two are inseparable, but we had so many Game 5s that I think, and you touched on it earlier, that even though we might think, okay, we have a foregone conclusion in the grand finals with Limitless and Maestros, everything is possible. They are just so close. They're just so close. Our top 6 or 5 remaining teams, that I think genuinely it will come down to the day performance. It is a bit cliche to say that, I recognize it, but I think with the way that Cosmico and Limitless have leveled up, they are not freebies. They are not free meat, and I doubt that Maestros, for example, will roll over them like 4-0, 4-1. I think they'll give them a good run for the money.
Well, cliches and stereotypes are built on a foundation of something. So you're not pulling it out of the universe or anything. The chat vote for today's first matchup is now open. So have your say in chat. Who do you think takes it down in the quarterfinals? Cosmico Esports versus Ball Eater. And you can have your say. We're gonna have a look at these two teams and how they stack up in terms of stats and who is the on paper favorite. But then we will get to see, of course, who is the on the day favorite. And as you glance over those, Pyro, I don't know if there's an immediate favorite that jumps out at you.
There's a secret stat that we're not seeing, which is the speed of Ball Eater. That's why they weren't called Ball Chasers, because they just take it to another level. We talked to Chester yesterday after their victory, and he said, yeah, I love being teammates with Mira and Q-Tips because they just ball chase. They just go, go, go. That's sort of what you have to do on the high ping, and that's what they're comfortable doing. So for Cosmico, you see the saves about at the same level as Ball Eater. I'm imagining if they need to take a win here, that number needs to get bumped up a little bit. Their defense needs to be fortified the same way we saw Genesix do it yesterday, but not the whole way through the series.
And I mean, speaking of like secret stats that we don't see, and there's one interesting tidbit that we found yesterday. Both these teams played 6 matches. Cosmico obviously lost to Limitless. Ball Eaters won against Genesix. Yet both teams conceded the same amount of goals. The conclusion that at least I draw from this is that Ball Eater's offense is really a force of nature, and we can see that in the stats. Chester with 1.3 goals per game, Q-Tips 1 goal per game. That is actually absurd, and what I'm worried about here for Cosmico is the last line, the accuracy. 28% for Werty, pretty good value, but 17 for Guns and Cam. That needs to be bumped up to the 30% mark today if they want to have a chance against the Ball Eaters.
Ultrazim, the stat so far in chat is Ball Eaters at 14%, 86% for Cosmico. Is that just patriotic Cope speaking out there?
Welcome to the SSA stream, or the SSA people, apparently. I do think that's a little skewed. I don't think the delineation between these two teams is that firmly. Ball Eaters has always been a little mysterious force. They came through, they beat Highball on Friday, and then they beat Mustu Fluck. Those two were both like pretty dominant teams. It was 5-game affairs the whole way, but it's still, they got these big victories behind them already. They kind of tried and tested. I think the big question for me right now is someone like Werty was actually ranked as one of the slowest speeds and longest amount of time spent power drifting. He's a very in and out cutty character, and I think that's a lot of what Cosmico tried to do. These nice little link-up plays or built off something that Guns can take to the sky. They need a little bit of space to look their best. And with the speed from Ball Eaters, that could be a lot harder to accomplish. Either that'll, you bait someone and send them flying past you and then get around them. But it's not going to be easy to flex the muscles for Cosmico, so they might have to adapt their style. But not an 86% win rate. That's definitely not on the cards for me.
But they aren't an invincible team, and you don't get that sense. You spoke about the loss or beating Highball, but now Highball is it's certainly my favorite SSA roster right now, because you got the stalwart of of Skill Steal, who's 26, 27 years old, and the two 14-year-olds. And it just occurs to me that their ages together are about what Skill Steal's age is, which is fabulous. And they were a real challenge for Ball Eaters. That went to a 5-game thriller. We spoke about their matchup against Cosmico. That went to 5 games. So, and we saw with Genesix had 2 really, really good games against them. And Macht and I went on probably ad nauseum about the consistency of Genesix, but you do feel a consistent high-level performance from Cosmico can break down the Ball Eaters, Pyro.
Well, and I kind of want to see if it does break down the Ball Eaters, can it also transcend to their match that would be against the Maestros? They met up against them in the upper bracket final of that GSL stage, and it didn't go as well for them. They did take a win, but I think their last game was a loss 7-0. They don't want that on their report card. They don't want that on their resume. They do want to be the stalwarts of consistency, and they want to show off against the top of the region. So I feel like that may also be in the back of Cosmico's mind here in this match of, yeah, we want this win today, but we also want another try at the Maestros.
Let's get down to our predictions. It hasn't improved much for the Ball Eaters. They've squeaked up to 15% of the chat vote. But let's go down the line here. Pyro, your prediction for series number 1.
Talked to Chester yesterday, and he said he's afraid of 2 teams, Maestros and Limitless. Maybe indirectly saying that Cosmico are forgettable. I think Cosmico are going to show why they are not forgettable. Cosmico has my vote today. I see them for the top 4. Go get them, boys.
Machtfish.
This is a Cyndaquil. It is the best Pokemon, and I will fight you on that, first and foremost. But it is also my lucky charm that I received as a gift. I offer Cosmico this Cyndaquil to beat the Ball Eaters. It would be very sad otherwise. Give me Cosmico. Come on, boys.
Ultrazim, chop chop.
I'm trying to figure out how Macht is going to divide the Cyndaquil. But other than that, I'm sad that you guys both took Cosmico, and now you're leaving the South African to not vote for the South African team. No. I'm going to vote with chat. 86%, that's pretty much what the panel is going to say as well. I believe in the squad. I love this team. If they can fix their little things, they are going to be powerful. Cosmico.
The only Pokemon that I know is the one that Macht just mentioned. So, yeah, I'll get behind that. It's a desk sweep. It's SSA.
Yes.
Cosmico. Let's bring it home. This is the very first desk sweep we have had all weekend. So that's a lot of pressure for all of us. The only downside is that none of us have a chance to catch up to the other in the prediction stakes. We're all going to be horribly wrong or fantastically right, but we are pretty much now ready to get into the series and see how we do. It is now time. Fighting for a place in the final 4 semi-final glory out of Europe. The Ball Eaters, the homegrown heroes, Guns, Cam and Werty. Let's go, Cosmico!
Limitless has spent so long carrying the flag for the region of SSA around the world. Now Cosmico looking to take on that burden for themselves. They've got an indomitable force in front of them, though, looking for that top 4 spot that would cement this roster as having all the potential, and it's starting to pay off. We get in here now, and it's myself, Ultrazim, and Machtfish to bring you the first game for Championship Sunday.
People have said over the last years, SSA is basically just a one-team region. They only have Limitless. But those that watched yesterday, they know the truth. They know that it is not just one team. Cosmico stepping up consistently, stepping up to the plate and trying to be another stalwart for SSA and having to defend their home against the mirepoix of European integrity and collaboration.
Oh, having to step up and defend. And again, from the first moments, it seems like they've been under a lot of pressure. Finally getting some space, and this is what I was hoping for earlier. A bit of emptiness, openness, and the ball this time just clashes against all the uprights. A great attempt from Cosmico.
Great first look at goal for Cosmico, but I have to be careful, especially off these demos yesterday. Both teams, well, very rarely had all 3 players on the pitch, as every time they were demoed away, Cosmico received 4 demos per game, the Ball Eaters at 3.5. Oh. That's certainly a strategy that could work, but also the team double commits. Dangerous here for Cosmico as the Ball Eaters can't convert.
It's going to be a game of nerves. 7 games up for grabs. It could tend to be a long series, and so far Cosmico is managing to hold their nerve in the most of these plays. Unfortunately, it just takes a single second for either of these teams to break through. Finally, Cam gets it towards the corner, beats one with a bit of a creative pop, but ball doesn't find a lot of momentum down to the other side of the field, and instead comes up high, tests the backboard. Another shot from Chester, soft, rushed in. It's actually popped over the incoming third man. Cosmico for a little bit of a chance to break out. We're gonna have to tussle it man to man here on the halfway line.
Cosmico looking like statues from time to time on defense. Not really sure when to push out or how to meet ball eaters in the air. That could prove very, very difficult indeed. They do survive for now, but I am worried should this defensive idea continue further into this series. Certainly gonna have to be a lot more active. Guns now up to the skies, trying to get some of that pressure away. Makes some drone up, but that flip reset pretty useless, only giving away possession. Still, Cosmico looking for a clear-cut shot here. Cam! To the top left! An opening goal for Cosmico!
You know, even if Guns, all he can do is just get it down to the other side of the field, it gives the space to start lining up behind him, and once they get into a position to put on something on the backboard, you always got to watch him. Beautiful double touch. The angle to the far post was there, and Cosmico, they start to pull together as a team.
We asked before, how does Cosmico deal with the ball eater's speed? Well, right now, they're dealing with it by playing as far back as they can, trying to maybe force the ball eaters into overcommits. Another shot coming out of Mira. Cam equal to it yet again. Cosmico, clearly, we know where their focus is going to lie, Old. It's going to be on defense.
Yeah, at this stage, they're just feeling out their oppositions, which is pretty typical for game 1 in a 7-game series. But what's really nice is that they're not rushing it. Look how technical these plays are. The pass was there and works. He finishes it off. It's all about Cosmico's patience until the moment to strike presents itself.
Oh, look at that second touch from Cam, and there you can see maybe even a bit of the disrespect coming out from Chester, not expecting Cam to get a touch that good into the center. And, well, he shall be smitten down for that disrespect as Cosmico put on their second goal. But maybe here Chester can make up for it mistakes. No, Guns equal to it.
Again, confidence being shown by Guns. Turns in early, looks for the pop, actually fakes it out and gives Werty the chance to find the backboard. Cam's nice and patience on the back line. Just under 2 minutes left means that they've got at least a defendable lead for now. They don't need to do anything stupid, and calmly just sitting at the halfway line as Guns looking for that extra touch. Actually, this has been reinforced by Mira, and Q-Tips has to do some work to just defend against this, but Cosmico's not ready to give up yet.
Cosmico certainly not ready to get back into the defensive stand, but now they are forced to. Long clear by the Norwegian Q-Tips. That's something mid for Mira. And that is an important goal at this point in time for the ball eaters. One bounce that simply doesn't go their way, and Mira more than ready to deal with it.
Oh, it kind of shows all the goals coming out of such quick passes towards the center, and Ball Eater managing to get that little pop. I believe it was off Mira, or sorry, Q-Tips, that managed to get the ball to the center so fast. I think both these teams are very prepared for straight-on attacks, but the creativity, and there's another great pass to start Ball Eaters up here, but Cam getting up to the ball. Guns actually going to get another touch, and they turn the pressure from one side to the other, get up that 2-goal lead, and Cams and Guns both with the mechanical prowess to complete this transition.
Alexa, define counterattack, and please save this beat from Cam onto Guns as a perfect example of how to do it. We talked about it a lot yesterday, these European players so quick up to the ball, but Cam schooling them in speed. Great read and a perfect execution on the counterattack for Cosmico. The 2-goal lead reinstated, and now they just have to...
Oh, no.
Oh, he's down the clock. What a save from Cam.
Oh, the deficit of the boost in the hands of Cosmico right now has put them under so much pressure, and Chester actually getting a bit creative, but the confidence is there. At the end of the day, when you don't have any boost to make it up, You've just got to go for the ball and make the best. And this is what I'm really enjoying about the change of tempo that Cosmico is presenting right now. Ball Eaters doesn't know whether they need to full send. Right now, they've cramped up their opponents for too long, and with 21 seconds left, Ball Eaters has found a way back into this match.
Far from over. It's a great pass down from Chester onto Q-Tips, the attacker always having the better read from the backboard than the defender Cam, though all his speed that he shown earlier cannot reach it. And now it's going to be a nervy 20 seconds for Cosmico as Cam has an open net after the kickoff. Scratch that! No nervy time!
Oh, this is going to feel so good as Cosmico. You've been in the lead the whole time, and every time your opponents look like they're going to be rallying, you just shut it down within seconds, Cam, with that little breakaway, and equally so frustrating for the Ball Eaters.
Every time the Ball Eaters think they're getting back close, Cam and Cosmico just have another idea up their sleeve. And hang on a second, that's completely open. Chester missed. And that's going to be the nail in the coffin for game number 1. Cosmico looking inspired by the occasion as Guns comes in with a sneaky little pogo there. Not going to do anything to the result, but hey, the mechs are warming up.
Again, that's such a nice sign that Cosmico is just feeling it right now. The fact that they want to just put one more in there. They look like the dominant team throughout. They look to be able to hold that pace and that tempo firmly in their control. Pretty even in terms of shots, but I mean, saves even going the way of Cosmico. A weird strategy or a weird pattern that we saw from yesterday, and yet it didn't feel like Ball Eaters really had much to say in this conversation.
And I mean, if we're looking for Championship Sunday and what Championship Sunday means, it's a lot of pressure, and people sometimes, you know, they get overwhelmed by that pressure. Certainly not Cam.
No.
700 points, over 700 points in the first game. That's a statement. I think 2 goals, was it, from him? Basically, the playmaker on defense, the playmaker in offense. Well, that's just the exact player that you want playing in your squad for a Championship Sunday. Someone that is rising to the occasion, not quashed by it.
And look at these, just a highlight showcasing that first goal that Cam put in off his own pass, the pass that he gets to Werty in the center, the defense that he was pulling out, like you said. It's not just his goals that he's getting inconsistently. He was there at the clutch moments so often. And what a core player. You know, this roster to me is Werty is the leader, the visionary. You've got Guns who's there for a wild chaos aspect of it. But Cam's is that core pull everything together aspect. And it was so nice to watch him. And guys, don't forget, driver of the day. We will get to it later. But just keep Cam's in mind. He was certainly had a great game 1.
acgl.gg/vote if you want to vote for your driver or player of the day. Maybe Cam will be amongst the conversation come the end of our broadcast. But for now, there's yet a lot more work to do in Game 2 as we move on to the Forbidden Temple, where Cosmico will try to extend their lead in the series.
A land of peace going to be torn asunder between these two teams. Ball Eater with a lot to prove. And they again show an early foray of aggression, but meeting up against the stalwart Cosmico backline. Werty going to take towards the sky. Got something to work with, and Q-Tips with a desperate attempt at the save. It's kind of been beaten out. Ball still continues on its progress towards the blue line. A bit of a breakaway there in the center. Still, Cam gives possession away. Chester now looks to send it down to Werty.
Long clear, but Werty more than ready for it. Unfortunately for him, though, he missed the 100 boost. That means no breakaway opportunity for him. Has to give the ball to Cam, who's at least getting some mileage in between himself and his own net, but not too much. The Ball Eater players, though, diving in continuously. Werty has an angle. He misses again. Still double commit coming through. Cam can't put it through. Q-Tips at the last possible second denies the 1-0 for Cosmico.
How did Q-Tips get to that? But the angle eventually comes in. Werty from the corner, as deep as you could possibly want. The aggression from Cosmico finally pays off, and what a touch to finish it at the end.
He didn't get the angle the first time around on the double tap. He does get it on the ground shot. Perhaps telling of what sort of player Werty is. He is more of that grounder player. You talked about it earlier. Where Werty in that roster is just that defensive stalwart. He is just that regulating piece, allowing the both creative minds of Cam and Guns to just go full guns blazing. Pun definitely intended.
Cam now looking to try to get out the corner. Again, Ball Eaters just pinned in their own half. They haven't had a good look at the opponent's half in a while, and certainly going to be hankering forward. But still, every one of these defensive plays or even progressive plays, the pass was visionary. Cam was waiting so clearly on the other side of the field, and as the camera angle changes, Guns comes off the wall, beats the last defender charging from the corner, and makes it as easy as possible.
The pass was so obvious, Q-Tip saw it coming, but even if you see it coming, Guns just that iota too quick. First to the ball, and the Ball Eaters now down by 2 and having to overcome an inspired Cosmico roster. Cam needed a redirect, but no problem for Mira.
You know, one of the things that I've noticed is every time Cosmico goes forwards, they do one. Oh my goodness, Guns! How? Okay, I'm never going to make that point because I don't need to. Guns is just going to show us exactly why they're doing so well. Takes the so high over Q-Tips, gets the resets, and pops it over Chester.
If anyone ever thinks that Ultrism doesn't know ball and calls Guns mechanical for no reason at all, think again. A brilliant solo play from the young gun. And Cosmico up by 3. Stretch that up by 2. Q-Tips with the first for the Ball Eaters.
Maybe a little hubris coming towards Cosmico right now. Guns was in the position and an optimistic pre-jump there to try to shut it down, but had the time to wait. Ball Eaters finding a slot through the back line. It's halfway through the game, and Ball Eaters at least going to be buoyed up by the fact that they found something. Now, can they try and string things together between Cosmico and their quite proficient 50s, I'll say, that have come out the whole game.
Quite proficient, quite effective, I would say, on top of that for Cosmico. But Ball Eaters yesterday against Genesix, they've certainly shown that they can deal with their opponent winning twice on the trot. I think there's a difference here still. Cosmico, we know, of course, the clear-cut number 2, Genesix not close enough to challenge them for that title. So this is a different caliber that Ball Eaters would have to make that comeback happen again. Having to play calm and collected here, the Ball Eaters moving forward with Q-Tips and Mira, but again, met by that man, the thorn in their side, Cam in the corner.
And this is the thing, Ball Eaters coming forwards, and they're looking good, but they get beaten out by 2 players, and they cannot afford to throw that third man in. Cosmico comes back too strong. They make their way in a wave across the field, and Cam's going to be credited after the knocking of Guns just came eventually to fruition.
You can see the respect on the way forward that the Ball Eater defense has for Guns. They're just letting him do his thing because they know more often than not he's going to hit whatever mechanic he's trying to do. Having to go back, having to retreat, then just puts Cosmico in an even more advantageous position. And that just, well, is a recipe for disaster on the side of the Ball Eaters, having to be more proactive in the future and defense. But still showing their proficient in offense, Chester with another goal.
Yep, when the Ball Eaters get space, they are able to do a lot. Beats it past 1. Cam just can't get that touch there, and worse here, unfortunately, on the baseline. That was not his save to make. So Ball Eaters, when they get it right, they're looking good. But this is what I said at the beginning. Cosmico has just had far too much space. The Ball Eaters are not chasing them down like they should, and a large amount of it comes to, like you say, Guns. He's such a tricky, slippery character, and I mean, a demo along the way doesn't hurt either. But they are able to do so much. Ball Eaters kind of just looking for answers to questions a little too late.
It's almost when the teacher says the test is going to be about one thing, but then tests about a completely different matter. I'm sure you'd be aware, Mike, but yeah, it doesn't sound nice for the student.
They do
come on, double that!
Yep. Oh. Cosmico is stepping into the teacher role right now, though, because they really are putting on a masterclass of how to move around the field. Looking confident. 25 seconds left to take game number 2, and pretty similar, in fact, I think identical scoreline. They're going to try to change that up as they're looking for one more. All 3 getting involved in the play. No hesitation from Cosmico because they know Cam is quickly making his way back. Doesn't need to drop all the way to his own baseline as he dispossesses Ball Eaters in front of their own net. And as the final seconds tick down, Ball Eaters still not even within a goal to finish off game number 2.
A not necessarily comfortable win for Cosmico, but a very good one for them nonetheless. Again, inspired by Cam moving forward. Guns, though, coming more and more online, and that's when we see yesterday against Limitless, when Cosmico really hit their true form and their true strength, is when both Guns and Cam were firing on all cylinder, allowing Werty to just be that passive third man to catch all the long clears, and then just hand it off one little play to Cam and Guns, and let them wreak havoc in the opponent's side of the pitch.
Yep, and it was all in the opponent's side of the pitch. I don't know if you saw the stats of saves, but I think Cosmico made 1 save throughout that entire match. That was all that was required. Instead, they were parking pretty in the blue half, and I mean, they didn't let it go whenever they got the ball back on their side. They didn't just boom it down. You know, it wasn't just an offensive stay there. It was the possession. It was the intricacy of their plays, the threat of those individual plays, or the pass off, the hand off the backboard. There didn't seem to be a lot of control from the Ball Eaters, and I need to change that if they want to bring this series back.
And now the big question is, and I think we don't have confirmation for that. In fact, we do have confirmation for the big question is, will the Ball Eaters take a timeout? The answer, a resounding no, and I'm not sure I agree with that decision he held.
Yeah, I mean, if you're leaving it till the last game, 3-0 on the scoreboard is a little too late to start trying to discuss what's going wrong. Right now, though, they seem to be feeling confident. They're ready to get back into this game, and Cosmico ready to set that tone immediately off the kickoff. Chester's got some space. He's got some boost. He's got one to look for the bump, but nowhere close to the defender, even with Cams retreating back. Cosmico being tested, but seeming to have been given the answer key before it even started. Looking for this pass now is Guns.
Guns trying to bully his way through. Will be denied by the post. And I thought he was doing enough. I didn't see Q-tips down the line. Werty tried to force Mira high, did force Mira high, but unfortunately did not see that Q-tips was running down with him. Cam can't reach, and the Ball Eaters show that they still got some life in them.
You know, Cosmico does need to be careful. We saw it yesterday against Limitless. They went up in the series and they looked so strong. But as the series went on, their communication seemed to drop, their synergy seemed to drop, their opponents were reading them a little bit better, and right now they've been given this beautiful start, and it's starting to crumble a little bit, maybe getting a little bit too overconfident to spread themselves out, but an inopportune touch there from Guns. Werty decides to make the early challenge. Neither of them gets close enough to make a difference. Ball Eater up by 2.
Werty making the challenge, but having to jump a little bit earlier, I think. Otherwise, Chester would have landed on him, which of course would also have resulted in that goal happening. So, unfortuitous on the side of Cosmico, but still nothing too terrible, especially with Cam and Guns warming up.
Whoa, that was nice to watch. The pass from across there. And how many times has Cam been waiting in that upper right position? And this time doesn't take the shot himself, too crowded. And instead finds it back to Guns. Again, there's just layers to this Cosmico play that Ball Eater's not ready for yet.
I love the unselfishness. I don't doubt for a second that Cam can score that himself if he wants to, like he's doing here with the equalizer. But the pass back to Guns earlier, the right decision, and here the shot, an even better one, 2-2.
Oh, it's so nice to watch this pairing play at the front line there. Like you say, they're unselfish. They hand across, their Guns carries it off, and Cam just proving, like you say, that, hey, I could have taken that shot. I didn't need to. Guns, we work together. We're brothers. And Guns pays back the favor. Suddenly, Ball Eaters, who were looking 30 seconds ago to be in quite a command of this game, have been reduced down to a level game, and suddenly the threat of the 3-0 looms once more.
Oh, the difference that 30 seconds or a minute can have in a Rocket League match is quite severe. But Mira does not care. The Spaniard for the Ball Eaters with a 3-2, but much credit has to be given to Chester, hunting for bumps on the back line.
Even if Mira hadn't managed to catch up to that ball there, Chester was in the perfect position. That would have been a goal. And 15 seconds at a time, this game changes. Twice for Cosmico, once again for Ball Eaters. They claim it back. We still have 3 minutes on the board. seems like the pace, the intricacy being forgotten at the moment for a ruthless onslaught attempt by both squads as Cam picks us up and gets demolished for his troubles.
Important though, Cam will spawn back. He's going to have 100 boost in his tank and can now support Werty in the middle. Not the perfect 50 from Werty. Moving down to Cam, who was hesitant just that little bit. Didn't completely trust the 50-50 to come perfectly to him. An opportunity that could have been, but in the end, wasn't realized from Cosmico. But surely they're going to be more down the road for the locals.
Well, Cam started off with aggression down the right. He's got to gain guns. Has to settle for hitting the ball backwards, and it's given Ball Eater some creativity. Mira was there, and there was a demo onto Cam to try clear the goal line. Still, Ball Eaters didn't get in their first foray. Now looking for a second resurgence. Q-tips towards the center. Guns deals with it handedly. Makes it difficult for Mira to spend all the boost just to get that first touch. And Cam, while waiting patiently, takes control, settles for a first 50, pops it up high, throws it over Werty, and with Guns looking for that shot, has pressed up too far. Ball Eaters clear it from one side to the other.
It's the right idea from Cam with the pass back, but the flick was too good for that situation. Guns not ready for that powerful of a flick either. Too far forward to... not enough forward to lash onto the flick. Too far forward to get back into defense. Just caught in no man's land, and Ball Eaters with a long clear will hit it a 4-2. 2 goals the better for the Europeans.
You so rarely see a flick getting too much power when you're passing it backwards. I mean, how many times have you missed the goals because it's guarded? But, inopportune there for Cosmico. 1 minute 35, 90 seconds. Guns comes forward, and a pretty scattered backline from the Ball Eaters now looking to be taken advantage of. 3 members go forward, and Werty turns, trying to get it back. Guns is up already. He takes the shot, and even though it's at the goalkeeper, it's on the right side and finds its way home.
The confidence on that young man and the trust in the old veteran with the pre-jump coming through. Werty in the center and Guns saying, thank you, old man. I'll take over from here. 4-3, Cosmico back within 1.
Whoa.
Cosmico
Whoa.
with the kickoff goal.
And the bump at the end there. Cosmico is playing with one mind right now. Look at that. 2 players go in. Guns regains the momentum. There's only one person who can get in the way of that. It's Chester. And Guns says no.
And we've seen, especially from Cosmico, but also Limitless, a new stage of SSA development.
Yeah.
Kickoff strats, previously basically never utilized, are being thrown out basically on every kickoff from Cosmico, always keeping the opponent guessing.
South Africans are starting to stand on the shoulders of giants. Every person brings in their own flavor. Papa Capes, of course, was one of the early adopters of the demo strats. And when you time it right, it just works so well. Cosmico, though, they've worked so hard to get it even, and they give it away now as Chester. A great pass comes in from Q-tips there. Mira sets up the 50 in. All 3 members having to push forward. They've been battered down time and time again. This just felt like Ball Eaters has had enough.
That bounce, absolute asinine for the defense, but perfectly placed for Ball Eaters as Werty's hunting for a demo, but can't find an opponent. The shot too high. At the same time, Werty coming in for second pickings. Still nothing on the scoreboard for Cosmico. 30 seconds remain for the hometown heroes to defend their own side. Werty, again, cut in. Q-tips, get his pass, but not past Guns.
Still looking for these passes across. Cam's in a favorable position. He takes it to this guy. Gonna get contested early. Needed to hand that off. Guns still trying to make something happen. Mira gets a pass Werty in. Cosmico, it bounces off one. It finds its way. They pushed up. They threw everything into their play to get the final goal, and it goes against them. Ball Eaters gonna stabilize. Apparently not needing that timeout to find their first game in the series.
That's gonna need an almighty kickoff strat here from Cosmico, but the fake, it's not working. Ball Eaters, after trials and tribulations and 10 goals scored in this third game, will take it eventually. No timeout needed earlier, and they've proven themselves right. It's not a 3-0 here. The must-win game for the Ball Eaters. It has been won by the Ball Eaters.
Oh, and that, like you say, 10 goals in that game. That's a step up from everything that we've seen before. Pretty even in terms of shots, saves, assists, even demos being traded back and forth between these two teams. The entire demeanor of that match just seemed to be furious. Each team was hitting as hard as they could, bringing in the action, taking players out at proper opportunities. Everything was quick.
Yeah, it was a significant step up in tempo from both sides, but I think overall, if we talk about game dynamic, it was probably the least controlled game. It was chaos from start to finish, where the pendulum just swung in one direction instantly and then in the other without hesitation either. So what Cosmico really wants to do is try to establish a bit more control, because I think in this very open, very fast-paced exchange, there is still a slight tendency towards the natural, comfortable playing speed of the ball eaters.
Yeah, and I believe that speed for the ball eaters is faster. I think that they would love to step this up because they beat that, even with the ping disadvantage. Whereas Cosmico looked so good when they were keeping their composure in game number 1 especially. They went for the more technical plays, they baited in their oppositions, and they made it count. I think they do have that edge if they can try and bring this back into their own controls. Ball Eaters going in aggressive again, throwing 2 members at that, kind of just showing that they're intent to keep this as a frenetic affair.
Yeah, they are playing chaotic to induce chaos into Cosmico. Cosmico just having to fight their own demons and be in your own head enough to resist copying the playstyle of your opponent, as Guns and Cam trying to combine, moving in now as Werty as well, wanting to have a piece of the pie. Pass down, Guns already pre-jump, did not wait that sufficient time in the middle.
And yet I still love that, you know, when you've still got Werty that you can rely on behind you and Cams has given you something, go for it. We saw it work out previously. All Eaters under pressure now. First touch was bad. The second jump just didn't get up to the ball, and Cosmico looking to grab this Cam. Such a difficult bounce to read. Doesn't manage to get hold of that. Werty has not done enough work to get over the backboard. The touch hasn't been there, and Mira finds quite an easy uncontested double.
Let's look at that again there from Cam. He gets snapped by the crossbar. And Mira takes that opening and converts a very trivial double for him with a bounce. But it doesn't matter in the end. No one on the ground there to save it either way. Ball Eaters, once again, go 1-0 up here in game number 4. Cosmico having to be careful. Cosmico not careful enough. Challenge timing just a little bit off.
Oh, so close in the air to try and challenge that. And Chester's been impressively mobile around this field. We've seen him taking a third-man role so often, and yet was in an aggressive position there. Picks it up. Ball Eaters once more 2 goals ahead, but Cosmico has shown that they can narrow this down when they get the opportunity. Plenty of time left. They break away, and some consternation there in the center actually sends both teams into a bit of a scramble. Still stays on the Cosmico half, but no one really here to back up this attempt from Chester.
Q-Tips and Ball Eaters are now moving a bit more into their own defensive half. Having seen what Cosmico did to them in Game 3, are fully aware that even 2 goals is not a safe lead here against the Cosmico players, as Guns again takes to the sky, but this time met confidently in the air by Q-Tips.
Werty's been in a great position now, sends that to the backboard. Well dealt with by Ball Eaters, and Chester as well gets denied out the boost. In fact, it's going to be both of them, so throws his body at this, but now needs to be careful about his opportunity to get back. Well left on the boost there. Gonna allow him as the tussle between Guns and Mira collapses. Werty gets involved. Ball squeaks to the other side, and a bit high for Q-Tips looking for the Psycho there. Nearly finds Chester, who's again being a nuisance under the foot of Cosmico.
Ball Eaters, they may have took some time, but the best of 7 has granted them the time to figure out what Cosmico is all about. And they seem to have deciphered the riddle. Cosmico need to turn a page in their playbook and try something different, because right now in this game 4, they are being outplayed, outsmarted by their competition. Mira, long clear. Werty ready for it.
Cam trying to get the ball out of the corner, difficult position, and actually still gets involved in the play. Both he and Werty charging up guns in a position of third man, not one that he's used to, looking to do something here and takes it off. Help comes to the assistance of Werty. Ball Eaters, though, have been so patient. They've held strong on this midway line for the longest period, and Cosmico starting to fret a little bit in front of their net.
Cosmico unsure how to get out of that pressure delivered by the Ball Eaters. Guns tries to put it into the ceiling. Unfortunately, does not quite get the height required on it. Ball Eaters, they fan out once more. That's great presence on the midfield line, but to no avail. Still possession with the Ball Eaters.
Oh, big jump comes up, puts Guns in third man under pressure. Cams now has to buy time for his team. He's got Guns rotating around, who does a spectacular job to keep that out of the back of the net. Still, though, Cosmico in the last 60 seconds yet to find that opening goal, and they've got to find two of them. Nearly having to find three. Shot comes in, second one denied. And Cosmico holding strong at least to stop the stem of bleeding, but Ball Eaters so far unassailing.
The bleeding has been stopped, but the wound is still open. And Ball Eaters have got their salt shaker ready. Mira! There it is! Into the wound! And the bleeding starts again. 3-0 for the Ball Eaters.
Man, Ball Eaters is actually just latched onto this. This is a personal affront to their entire being, it feels like, as they come in. They're not giving Cosmico any space, and yeah, my greatest fear is starting to be realized. Without that space, Cosmico getting pressured back and back. They're going to have to do more and more, and yet they're just being contested at every turn.
Ball Eaters are here to play.
Oh?
Guns gets one for the road. An important goal for the psyche, if anything else. Coming into the last stretch of the series where you need to be on top again.
Yeah, this goal, if nothing else, gives Cosmico the belief that they can get out. And, you know, it followed so much of their old patterns in terms of a little breakaway pass. They chased it up as a team together. I want to see more of those, but as for this game, I don't know how much more they're going to achieve. Guns looking for a miracle. Finds Werty.
Hello?
Prayer started to be answered. The shot was there. Chester tried to do the pre-jump and nearly overshot that, but he does enough. He keeps Ball Eaters in the lead. Ball looking to touchdown there. Ball Eaters going to take their second one in the series, and the affair starting to become a much closer one.
I think we said it during the pre-show as well, that both in this series and the next, and basically in every series of this evening, everyone can beat everyone. It's basically coin flips, and Cosmico Ball Eaters proving us right thus far, with the momentum having now swung in favor of the Europeans, as Cam is getting very, very quiet indeed, trying to give that back to Guns to be the more aggressive part, but it's simply not working at the moment.
Yeah, the aggression just seems to have been snipped in the bud here for Cosmico. I mean, they had 3 shots in this entire match, and there were even some big unforced errors starting to come out. You know, I look at that last replay of Cam's on the backboard, and it just, you know, those are not mistakes that these players typically make. We've seen them do so much more. Here, Werty trying to take control of the ball and gets dispossessed. That's just almost a sign of hesitation in my eyes, where they're going, okay, we got shocked a little bit in the previous match. Maybe this is the time for Cosmico to take the timeout.
Well, you say it, and LDC, Cosmico's coach, does it. Timeout is being taken by Cosmico, losing twice on the trot, and especially that game 4. I think game 3 after that loss wasn't too devastating, but it's not just, okay, it's not just that you lose, it's how you lose, right? And this has been the problem for Cosmico in this game 4. They were comprehensively outclassed by the Ball Eaters at every point, and they need to take a step back and try to figure out, okay, what are we wanting to achieve now moving forward?
Yeah, comprehensively is a harsh word, but one that unfortunately,
I mean, for 4.5 minutes, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. That's the problem with that, is they rarely did. Every idea that they seemed to have was shut down, and it almost felt like, now that Cosmico had opened up the playbook and given their opponents a taste of it, they were kind of like left without any other trump cards to play. So now is just the time, and you know, when I look at someone like Werty, we did say that he was the leader of this team and a very experienced and very innovative man. I'm sure he'll be able to inspire these youngsters up again. Because remember, both Cam and Guns are only around, I think, 20 years old. So they need someone with a good head on their shoulders. And you wouldn't look to anyone but Werty. Let's see if it's enough to bring Cosmico back into the momentum seat, or if Ball Eaters has just got too good of a read on the series.
We talked about it yesterday, the importance of being in the right headspace for winning, of not just seeing the finish flag, but having the confidence to move over it. Cosmico having problems with that, the Ball Eaters seemingly not.
This is just such a clean carry from Q-Tips and reading off the backboard there. The pre-jumps are coming out from Cosmico, but again, there's just a little bit too much space. Ball Eaters, we've given credit to their speed, but now they're showing us that they've got the mechanics to be here as well, trying for the Psycho there. Nice attempt at the pass towards Guns, who was looking for it, and still actually going to hang around testing the back line.
For Guns, he would certainly love to come back to top 6, to the top 4, where he was at the beginning of 2024, even under different circumstances. But he is yet that youngest player that is not that accustomed to reach those high placements. And he has to have the strongest head on his shoulders and have the strongest mentality to overcome that step as Guns trying to make it happen! The youngster sets up Cam! And the veteran will put it over the line.
And again, these two just working so well together. Look how far away from the defenders Guns carries that ball, all the way up into the top right-hand corner of the backboard, and he pops it down. Cam is there without hesitation. They link up, they level up the game, and Cam's immediately takes to the skies with Guns trailing underneath him.
No double touch there from Cam, but a team bump on the goal line. Chester and Q-Tips having to work to keep Cosmico out of the danger zone here in front of their net. Cam to the sidewall, puts it up high, trying to get Guns involved in the play. He will, with a few diversions. Just pop it up. Chester, not a great touch. Werty on the end of that one, but Cosmico struggling to find a decisive pass through as Chester fakes for Mira. Perfect placement. The Ball Eaters are up again.
Oh man, such a nice touch. Not too hard to send it to the backboard or into the hands of the retreating Guns. And Guns has to just make a choice at that stage. He's got two players coming in. Either of them can get any sort of touch. It's the final squeeze against the ground that sends Ball Eaters back into that confident position. And still, Cosmico at least showing themselves a little bit more presently in this game number 5. Oh no, oh, Werty hidden behind the ball.
And one thing that Ball Eaters do exceedingly well, as the shot careens off the post, is immediately challenging Guns in the air. They've seen what happens when they give him space. So now they decide every time Guns has boost and every time Guns can't go for some mechanics, they immediately try to force him one way that in the way that Guns doesn't necessarily want to go. Cosmico are tasked now with the exceedingly difficult task to score against a defense of Ball Eaters that has a concrete plan with them.
And they're transitioning it as well. Once more, Chester sitting basically within that final D, is ready to cherry pick any opportunities. Q-Tips has been spectacular out of the corners, and that pass was creative enough, fast enough, and straight into the waiting hands. You said Cosmico's task was unenviable before. Now they've got to double that. And with 2 minutes left, they're starting to look like they're losing control of the series, one more game at a time.
Where are the inspired touches from Cosmico? Where is something to latch on to? Cam hunting for the goalie, but Chester will rotate back in time. The Ball Eaters will keep that 2-goal lead. That's a big whiff from Werty. Cam will have to just bang it downfield. No one makes contact with it, actually. But that works out for the Ball Eaters. Another shot and another goal. Mira makes it 4.
Yeah, that's just such a good counter-attack, being able to pick it up, the demo to ensure that there was no late jump, and Cosmico once more feeling a little desperate as they throw everything into the attack, and one miss turns all on its head.
problem for Cosmico is to get it over the line. We had a similar issue yesterday when they played against Limitless, not being able to do it then. And they have the same issue here as Guns puts out a miraculous stop. But defense, only half of what it's needed right here.
Not even half, right? And even if they draw level for the rest of this game, it's not going to change too much. Less than 90 seconds. Cam gets baited into a late touch there. Q-Tips, Guns now has to track this the whole way back. Puts on a burst of speed and just uses it to get in position as Ball Eaters looking to carry on the onslaught. Werty gets a bit of a break. Cam doesn't jump high enough. Chester does, though, and looking for that flip reset. Even jumps into the air just to be a nuisance. Cosmico, they really don't seem to be able to find a way through the blockade.
The midfield is just completely under wraps from the Ball Eaters. Guns trying to play it patient this time around. Chester, smart fake challenge from the Frenchman to force Guns into a play yet again as Q-Tips takes over, trying to bully his way through Guns. The youngster will keep on holding tight as Cosmico 4-1 down. A third consecutive loss looming.
And again, a convincing one. At this stage, it feels almost like the Ball Eaters playing with their food. Chester going to pick up the second goal of the match. I think it might actually be the third right now. And just what a spectacular. These two, as much as Cams and Guns are working miraculous things in the front lines of Cosmico, Chester and Q-Tips have been more than proficient on the other side. They've been a pleasure to watch.
And that is a problem for Cosmico. The ball got rolling on the side of the Ball Eaters. And Chester said yesterday, Mira and Q-Tips, they just chase. But he does a fair bit of chasing himself. It's a lot of fast cuts in the rotations of the Ball Eaters. It's a lot of confident early challenges. They just have Cosmico read at this point. It seems like every time Cosmico tries to do something, Ball Eaters already know what it's going to be and they act accordingly.
Yeah. And I mean, you talk about that pace, even into the air. You know, we've seen it a couple of times. Guns went up or Cams went up, and there was already someone 2 meters above them. And it's just that lack of hesitation that Ball Eaters are bringing in. You know, game number 1, game number 2, there was a little bit of respect, a little bit of trepidation, but Ball Eaters has now realized if Cosmico get to that ball, then they're going to do some ridiculous things that we have no answers to. So our only option right now, get to it before they do. And if Ball Eaters can continue to do this, they may have figured out the secrets to beating Cosmico. Either that or Cosmico are going to have to pick up their pace, find some extra boost somewhere.
And the one problem I have with Cosmico at this moment is their offense is just, or the way that they try to get out of defense, put it that way, it's just a little bit too one-dimensional. It's hoping to... It's sort of the problem that we had with Limitless last year, where they hope to get it to die for in the corner, and to die for just dribble it across the length of the pitch. That simply does not work here against a pre-jumping Ball Eater side. I want to see Cosmico take more time on the ball, take clearer possession on the ball, force in a 50-50 from the Ball Eaters, slow down the ridiculous pace of play. That is what makes Cosmico strong, and they need to start to play to their own strength and not to their opponents.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we're getting a nice link up together. Cosmico looks so strong when they're actually around their opponents as Werty comes in and actually dispossesses his teammate, but Cam was still around, and that touch wasn't there. Guns finishes it off, finally brings things together. Cosmico looks strong out of the gates in Neo Tokyo, the land of broken dreams.
Chip chop and unorthodox cut everyone went to earlier, but it works out for Cosmico in the end. An early goal and one that will be very soothing for nerves that have definitely seen some bad fortunes in the past 15-20 minutes of Rocket League that has been played. Cosmico once again in the lead. Now have to play with it, but there's a demo from Mira, and that demo is gonna have huge implications. An open net for Chester to equalize.
Werty also just had to do a little bit more with that ball. He gets up to it, no one's contesting him, and kind of drops it straight down, opens up the opportunity for Ball Eaters to take the shots. And like you say, Mira's demo just makes sure that there's no one home to challenge that. Cosmico, that's put in work to get goal number 1. See if they've got how much more they've got. We know they've got more, but is it gonna be enough?
Can they tap into their big potential here? No, Q-Tips finds a ridiculous angle. Actually, let's look at that again, shall we? Cam bumped away, then gets a touch, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, bump into, touch off the wall, sets it back into Q-Tip's path. I mean, how much more? I mean, the more you play Rocket League, it is a physics-based game, the more lucky you get. But right now, Ball Eaters, they didn't need any more Christmas presents, but they've been playing too well for Santa to ignore in the previous game. And Cosmico looking for Christmas to roll around for themselves. They get a decent opportunity, some consternation there on the back line. Werty just playing too far. Mira gets the curve around the ball, dribbles it home. Ball Eaters now want to put this to bed.
What control from Mira. The touch past the last defender is very trivial for him, of course, but then the catch is so clean, and the fact he got it immediately on target as well. It's just aggravating for the Cosmico defense. They have to do something here. Werty up over one, but Chester already in position to clear to the side, clear to safe zone, and clear it out. Just Mira.
Nice touch by Cams. I really want to see them start linking up again. We saw that pass go across the face of the goals, and no one was there. And instead, Cosmico, they seem to be holding something in reserve to try and assuage this hemorrhaging of goals that they've been giving up over the last couple of games. Unfortunately, that seems to play right into the hands of Ball Eaters. They want to come forwards. They have to come forward with a little bit too much. It's a bit of a breakaway. It's not in. And Chester going to be able to get the touch before Cosmico can follow up.
Very nearly the overcommit on the side of Ball Eaters, and one that could have been costly. But Cosmico do not reap the rewards, I suppose, will be the cruelest of all the mistresses on Neo Tokyo. Halftime nearly approaching the Altruism, and Cosmico desperate for a goal.
Desperate for a goal. Trying to build up some sort of possession, but again, your defense, your clear ideas, a little one-dimensional, too many. And they again just trying to dribble everything out of their own side. That's a decent pass towards the center, but Mira reads the pace of the play, gets up to it, and controls it down, gets to pop up to Q-Tips. Cosmico running out of time, and every way that they try get forward seems to meet up against this blockade of blue.
And that blue wall, it might not be calming core, but at least they got one French player on their side in Chester, who was certainly trying to channel that energy for the next 2 minutes. Cam to the side, 3 boosts remaining, only a very undangerous pop into the middle means no goal here for Cosmico, and nothing that can be seen. It's gonna be even worse. Q-Tips and Q-Tips with a bit of style to the fourth.
Tries, and I mean, there's not much he has to do at this point. It's just the breakaway ball. Cosmico again going a little bit too far and getting nothing out of it. They looked so good. Every one of their touches was precise and confident earlier. But this is what we saw against Limitless yesterday. The later the series, the more they give it up to their opponents. And Ball Eaters now as close to a reverse sweep as you could get, really, after the first 2 games. This really made Neo Tokyo add another grave site. Oh, yep, even that. It just feels like Cosmico had 10% more precision and confidence going in previously.
Sometimes the game is simply not with you. As a pinch comes out, and
cool.
Q-Tips did not recognize that the pinch was a possibility here. Got enough power on it, was Guns. Well, and the squishy safe coming at the worst of times. Cosmico back within 2.
Cosmico back within 2 is actually big right now. We've seen them good off kickoffs and take an aggressive angle straight towards the hands of Chester, though. It means he gets space to carry it through the air. Cosmico once more forced into a defense. Maybe they can punish how confident Ball Eaters is right now, but Q-Tips has been spectacular in every way. Looking at the mechanics, actually baits out his own teammate who didn't even think he could get to that, but it does put pressure on Ball Eaters. Now, trapped against their own nets. It's a great challenge coming out from Guns. Mira has work to do, but without the boost to back it up, Ball Eaters giving away possession. Cam, this is a long way to go in 43 seconds, though.
Werty Trying to play it smart underneath one. What
Oh,
going
the
for Demo?
Demo.
What finding the Demo cam? Open lane! No! A Frenchman from the Oblivion saves!
Oh man, that was such a quick counterattack from Cosmico, but Ball Eaters up to it. They realize, oh, there's the play. It does eventually pay off. Guns picks up the pass from Cams out of the corner, and again, these two linking up. It's just such a nice touch. Makes Chester hesitate with that first opportunity, and Guns was there. Cosmico within one.
23 seconds, and we've seen strats come out before from Cosmico. What's going to be? Trying to fake it away. Guns takes possession. Not the greatest for first touches. Mira already on the ceiling. Guns certainly saw him in the corner of his eye. 15 seconds remain for Cosmico, having to mount an attack right here. Zero boost for Cam, but still the ball will trickle into the center. Werty's there. Werty down. Back to Cam. 15 seconds, but the flick is so underwhelming for Cosmico, having to keep the ball up. No! It's the Ball Eaters moving on into the semi-finals.
Once more, the desperate rally attempts of the team come crashing down amidst the neon lights, and Cosmico, it looked like they were going to range the top off their casket. Come through, it was just that flick. He had no momentum behind him. He couldn't put any pressure on the goal lines. Cosmico, their star fades. They are eliminated from RLCS here. Birmingham Major starts to fade, and Ball Eaters find their way against Maestros in the upper brackets.
In an alternate universe, Cosmico may still be alive, but unfortunately in this one, they are not. They fall to the Ball Eaters, and in the end, I'm just looking at that chance from Cam again. I'm thinking, why is he not taking the direct shot? I don't think the defense was ready for it. He tried to play it too smart for his own good. And Cosmico will pay the price after a very, very nice rallying. But Altruism, let's get the rest of the desk back in here, because gents, and especially Ryan, that was quite a series.
I'm a little sad.
No.
No, aren't we all?
They look good in the beginning,
Those first
man.
two games. Those first two games, I was thought, okay, we had a sweep of predictions on the desk. We're going to have a sweep on the pitch. I was preparing the speech. I got way ahead of myself. And it comes down to 25% of SSA remains in the final four. It falls to Limitless now. Ball Eaters, to their credit, recovering very, very well, effectively getting a best of 5 reverse sweep at the very least. But yeah, Pyro, it was a great performance from them, a deserved victory, but I'm a little sad.
Yeah, I think that was a heart-wrenching end, especially when it comes down to the final second. Cosmico get those couple of goals to bring it so close. You got the pass delivered and the shots just not enough. And I think that while the first two games did look really good for Cosmico, what we need to learn about these teams that have such high ping is there's going to be a warm-up period. There's going to be this like normality that needs to settle in, especially for Q-Tips, who is on 220 ping. And to me, it was a lot of rushing around for Ball Eaters. They were trying to rush that first touch like they needed it. And Cosmico were getting some great beats. But after the first two games, it didn't feel as rushed. It didn't feel as unplanned from Ball Eaters. It felt a little more composed. They had some solid ideas. And on the moments where they knew they could capitalize, they performed fantastically. We had shooting percentages near 50 from Q-Tips, 60 for Mira. Guns had an incredible series, 72% shot percentage across the series, which is unbelievable. And Guns had some ceiling reset goals, some reset ground pinches, but in the end for Cosmico, just not enough.
And I guess the feeling I get is there is a groundswell of SSA Rocket League. There's more potential. We're slowly getting more players in, and it's just bottlenecking still at the very, very top. And I think we know this, and we knew this coming in, that's our struggle. Is we've got the cream at the very, very top, and then there's a big gap And then below that, we don't really have a big thriving bubble scene, and not enough big enough player base at the bottom pushing everybody up. So we're aware of that, and I think it's been highlighted out there today. And so nothing comes as a surprise in terms of the work that SSA Rocket League has to do. But at the same time, we acknowledge the improvement we've seen, and we have to shout out, and Macht and Pyro, well, particularly maybe Macht in particular, just because you're from EU, and I want to shout out the amazing support we're getting from a lot of people from EU in terms of coaching and help, and guys coming in here who want to see the scene grow, and I do want to give a little hat tip to them, because and you'll be aware of them as well. I mean, there's lots being said about players and whether they should or shouldn't, the rules, but we are getting help, and it is showing, but that bottleneck at the top still exists.
But you know what, Greybeard? Like, there is one thing that is nice to see. We are still seeing, the same players hanging around. We see Cosmico. I think this roster is another one that's going to get stronger as time goes on, because they are kind of newly formed, even though they know each other very well. But it is nice to see from this bottleneck, you find one or two shining stars from the youngsters coming through and starting to make a name for themselves. I mean, look at Highball. You've got Skill Steel taking on two 14-year-olds. Last season, we had Teshao, who was 13, the youngest player in RLCS. So, that bubbling underneath is there, but it's still just like you say, the water table's a little bit low. We need that to catch up and rise as SSA continues to swell. So there are signs that it is working, at least.
Yeah, definitely signs. I think the next biggest step is to create that multidimensionality. When your preferred idea is no longer working, we've seen it in the series with Cosmico brilliantly. When your preferred idea is no longer working, they were quite one-dimensional coming forward, and that was too easy to read for a very experienced roster coming out of Chester, Mira, and Q-Tips. So I think that would be the next step for these top rosters of SSA. But having said that, we've just seen one. We are now seeing perhaps why there is still a difference, and why there is still one team in SSA that is better than Cosmic.
We're down to the last four, and as we look at our bracket and what is going to be happening with those last four, we have Limitless against Hey Riz. We have the Maestros against the Ball Eaters. And then the grand final. But next up, right here, right now, is going to be Limitless against Hey Riz. And Pyro, these were, when I was looking at all of the rosters at sign up, Limitless and Hey Riz were two of the four of my call for the top four that would be contesting here. And it's a big game.
Well, I know that on your list was also Must-Do Fluck, and guess who swept them earlier in the lower bracket? Hey with Riz. So yeah, this is a team that we all have our eyes on. Really excited to see Limitless and Hey with Riz play, especially because the last time they met was in the finals of the off-season 3v3 tournament for SSA. They exchanged, and in two of them, Hey with Riz swept Limitless. This to me is a match where Limitless, I know there's kind of this rivalry against them and the Maestros, but there's some lore to these two teams as well.
The chat vote is open. Hashtag Hey, hashtag LMT. Make your voice heard out in chat, and this time with conviction, please, chat. Hashtag Hey, hashtag LMT, and there we see the team comparison, and pretty close in terms of that win rate. And in seasons past in SSA, it was always Limitless dominating with that win rate at like 80, 85, 90. We've seen a 92, 93%. More challenge, more competition though this time around for Limitless, but still looking good in the stats department.
I mean, yeah, it is quite just, but I'm a bit worried by what Pyro said earlier, that in the off-season, when these players played against each other in the 3v3 off-season open, Limitless, the only win they were able to grab out was a Game 5 win against this Hey side. So, slightly worried when it comes to that, but as far as that goes, Limitless have said themselves in the interviews that they're doing for their content is, the off-season, it was before Christmas. We didn't have the best practice, so I think now the cards are going to be dealt.
Yeah, I don't see Limitless ever actually putting in 100%. There's something about these players that to me is you only see their full potential on game day. It's a psychological thing that they unlock on the day, and especially when they start to get pushed. I mean, right now they're looking like the squad that they've always been, and yesterday they showed off really well. I like to see it, but really it's the weirdest little love triangle right now where Cosmico challenges Limitless, but Limitless puts them down. Cosmico beats our Hay side, and then Hay beats Limitless. And where that all escalates and kind of settles, it really comes down to this. But I get a feeling this is like a Game 7 thing that goes back and forth as each team takes it personally and steps it up.
It's really not a love triangle, is it? Though it's more of a it's a I don't like you triangle a little bit. But listen, I like that player comparison there because I really wanted to talk and speak up about Karka when we saw that match against them in Mustufluk. He was by far the standout player, bookending their sweep performance with insane goal after insane goal. Limitless do need an eye on that player as this match begins.
Well, you have love-hate relationships, and then you have hate-hate relationships, and we're probably closer to that. Let's get our predictions. We were atrociously wrong the last time round. I'm going to go out the gate with my prediction. Limitless, I think, rise to the occasion as they so often do. I believe they take this. And while we might as well get the other SSA representative in here as well. Ultrazim, give us your call.
Yeah, I don't think anyone was surprised that Ryan went with Limitless there, and I'm going to go the same way. I've always said Limitless, they find a way. They've got something special. They've got that X factor, and I cannot lose faith, and I cannot bring myself to embrace the reality of an all-EU final. So Limitless does it now.
Machtfish?
Look, I might be known as a bit of a Limitless hater from the last season, having predicted continuously against them. But I'm going to break that streak right here, right now. Limitless are indeed beyond limits, are indeed without limits. And even though I think Hay with Riz will give them a good fight for the money, I think it's going to go to 7. Limitless, take it.
Oh, good. A tense best of 7. This is what I need. Okay, and then Pyro, theoretically, you're the most neutral of all of us. Not an SSA, not an EU. Who you going?
Oh yeah, I definitely haven't met the Limitless guys countless times and rooted for them at LANs over and over again. Yeah. Very neutral in this regard. Listen, this is a toss-up. This is a coin flip, and I'm not desk cursing Limitless like we did at Cosmico. Just give me Hay with Riz. Just put it there, okay? Purely to avoid the desk curse. To me, it's a coin toss.
All right, so Pyro goes Hay with Riz just for statistical reasons. All right. Well, after this, this game determines our first final slot. We get underway now. Again, Europe, Hay with Riz, and again, SSA Limitless, the kings of SSA, who books their first slot in the grand final.
Oh, it's nice to join you here, Graybeard, for our first semifinals matchup for Championship Sunday. It's a rematch of the off-season 3v3 tournament, where Hay with Riz did best Limitless after they bracket reset them. But this rematch sees one team to the finals of our first RLCS Open for SSA. Who's more deserving of the spot? Who's going to earn it? And what we're saying will be a very close match.
I guess this is where Limitless need to dig deep in terms of their experience, because as good as Hay with Riz are, it is Limitless that have the LAN experience, the competition experience. These guys have been around the block. They've been around the block several times, but it all comes down to this. Limitless in orange, Hay with Riz in blue, and we are underway to die for with an early opportunity, a flick over the last, and bang, 5 seconds in, Limitless in front.
Alrighty, here we go. To die for with the ball. And Revsy with full boost. Just could not read that flick in time. It's feeling like last match, Graybeard, where Cosmico started out pretty hot early on. Limitless hope to have some longevity to it.
And another good kickoff for Limitless. They have territorial advantage, if not possession for the moment. To die for, puts it into the middle. Snowy pops it up into the middle. I'm looking for Sweaty, I think, but they'd recovered. Maybe to himself a quick, brief double commit. They're going to want to be very cautious about that. But now we feel like we're into the cut and thrust of open play.
Oh, double tap there from Karka. That is the player to watch, in my opinion, for Hey with Riz. This player dismantled opposition all the way to this position. Snowy working on that same dismantling there with the double tap. That would be a miss as well, so some backboard plays went a little astray for both teams, but this one from Sweaty will be dead to right.
It was a fantastic camera angle because as this ball was coming in, the camera was in goal and we could just see Sweaty waiting there. You knew exactly what the plan was, what he was waiting for, and executed really, really well. Limitless 2 in front.
You know, one change that Limitless had between their loss to this team in the offseason finals was a coaching swap. CP Zebra, who used to be a teammate to Snowy back in the day and also a coach, now the coach for Limitless. Snowy said in a recent interview he wanted to see some fresh ideas for the team from Zebra, and certainly we want to see those fresh ideas take place if you're a Limitless fan.
So far, so good. There's a briefest of open nets, but Snowy easily back, brings it out. This is going to be awkward into high above the goal, but cleared Sweaty. Sweaty gets a great touch, and I think he's going to be looking to follow that. It's too far ahead of him, but it does build a Limitless offensive as they keep it there. And for as long, one of the most consistent things of this roster under whichever banner they played is they look to suffocate with offense. And we see that there with Hey with Riz a little tangled up on their own goal line.
There is certainly suffocation, but on the blue end at the moment, To Die For holds that flip so they can get it across to their teammate. Oh, Sweaty, not the read they were in search of, and one mistake leads to the first goal to Hey.
This was not the read you were looking for. Sweaty finds himself out of position, out of boost, out of hope, and Hey with Riz get one back.
There you go. Capitalizing off mistakes. That was certainly something that Hey with Riz would hope to see out of Limitless this early on. But they may need to take more of a proactive approach if they want a lead against this team. Limitless, the further they go on with this event, seem more and more composed. See if they're able to get the reads this time around. Sweaty certainly there on the sidewall. Redirect gonna be too far out.
Man, oh man, that had the glory, the potential glory was there, and now Sweaty will try again. Here he goes, trying to preserve a little bit of boost. Snowy picks up mid and might be able to set himself up. Puts it into the mid, he'll follow himself. Doesn't get anything on it, but it is positioned back in the Hey Riz side, briefly though, as they come forward.
Tell you what, the interceptions from Limitless are just immediate. They are quick challenging each and every ball that seems to be a threat from Hey. And it's done them well so far. Spent very little time on their defensive side here. Snowy wants to continue that trend. Drops down right under the ball. FC to the logo. Dive4 does see a teammate there on the sidewall. Karka trying to get that read. That's right down to Yvonne. Pops it up high to themselves. Chance to get a pass out here from the corner. Sees Karka, but that is taken away as well.
And a few times we've seen Limitless up front in a good position, but the player first, kind of low on boost. That's something to keep an eye on. The bump in front of the net. Awkward time for Limitless. They survive it, and here comes To Die For. Snowy goes up with no boost. To Die For chasing it down with no boost, and makes getting back in a hurry a bit edgy and not really able to build on that forward play. The territorial advantage, Sweaty high and forward. Who gets on this? To Die For will flick it over and forward.
Well, this very much feels like Limitless's game to lose. There is only one registered shot from this Hey team, and it was off that mistake from Limitless. If this team remains composed, this game one feels like it's theirs.
And I keep... Oh, okay, here comes an attack from Revesi. It's on target, saved away. I keep thinking of the off-season 1v1, and Revezi competed in that and was beaten, I think, either in quarters or semis, somewhere around there by Lankai, which was amazing. Anyway, just a thought, and hopefully there could be a repeat of that performance here. This is going to be very awkward. Sweaty does get the touch away.
Oh, this net's wide open. That's a shot that's going to land in. Karka, again, leveraging the gaps in the Limitless defense.
Yeah, and that we're just being pushed further and further back, unable to get it away, and it's always so disheartening to when you've led for so long to get it equalized with just the 20 seconds left on the clock, and now the work has to be done again. But Snowy and Roster will not be unfamiliar with having to do the work they've got to do, and here they go. They're trying to build an attack in the last 10 seconds. Oh, it was almost perfect, except for the fact that the pass went past Snowy.
Yeah, that was certainly close. Dying seconds here to die for. Lays it up off the backboard. There is nobody ready to score. We talked about the 1v1 abilities from Revezi. It is not enough to translate a shot across the field. We take to overtime.
Well, there we go. A lot of Game 7 predictions from people on the desk. And if it does go to Game 7, I imagine this will not be our first overtime. Big danger. What a save from Sweaty. Danger not over yet. Revezi's missed. There's an open net for the briefest moment of time. Snowy looking for Sweaty in the corner. He tries to pass it down in front. Great position here for Limitless. Can they convert it? Can they make it happen? To die for shot, probably a little wide, but saved anyway. And now a miss. They immediately have to transition to defense, and Sweaty does the job.
Wonderful read out of Sweaty there to defuse an otherwise lethal attack, but that's a miss near the goal line. To die for gets the backflip away from the ball. This one's lofted ahead and still dangerous in front of the net. To die for scrambling. Snowy past the ball. Sweaty needs to contain this ball. Earn some time here for Limitless so that they can get back in order.
And they need to briefly regroup. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. All right, this is getting very, very tense. The advantage very much with Hey Riz in this overtime so far.
Well, the problem for Limitless is they've lacked some offensive generation outside of the first half of this game. It's been more so control out of Hey, and they're just really forcing Limitless into these awkward situations. Sweaty can wipe some of that off his brow there as the shot didn't come in. Snowy ready to cherry pick, flip, reset, but the ball gets away from him. Now Revezi, full boost across his own side of the field. He's going to go for the flip, reset, pass. It's there, but Karga, no shot comes in. The demo clears the lane, though, for the winning goal.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. Great start from Limitless. They looked fantastic early on, but as the game wore on, Hey with Riz were able to push forward, get further and further forward, and they come out victorious. And psychologically, that's going to be a good victory for Hey. Not just in taking it, but in how they did it, to come from behind. And the reverse, of course, for Limitless.
I mean, it was disciplined, wasn't it? It didn't feel like any risks were really taken after they went to a deficit of 2. Instead, they kind of waited for those chances where the net was going to be open. There was that mistake in the midfield at the middle of game 1. Then there was the double commit that left the net open for goal number 2. Hey are just really good at maneuvering the ball around, not making mistakes, and taking advantage when they can.
And taking advantage, they certainly did, and they have the advantage here with game number 1. It was close. It went to overtime, and you have a feeling it's going to remain this close throughout. Limitless will they should take heart from their early performance, and I think they're good enough, and hopefully with Zebra there to kind of figure out where it sort of went off the rails during the course of the game, and then bring it back here for game 2. And no doubt they will bring it strong. Their experience will at least give them the mental capacity to push forward.
They've been here before, haven't they, Greybeard?
Yeah.
And there's also the idea that Limitless are a little forward-thinking, too. I think if the Maestros make it to grand final, they really want that game. But you've got to think about the here and now. You've got to focus on this match ahead. So here we go, dropping in for game number 2. And Limitless trying to get it started the same way they did for game 1. Somehow the save comes through for Hey. and they've got to work at it from the corner.
It was one of those, if you took the screen grab at that moment, it's like, what happened from here? All my money was on that going over the line, but not to be. But here come Limitless once more. Snowy might have done better to leave it there for Sweaty, and now they're going to have to turn around and defend. Off the side wall, Sweaty doesn't get the read off, but he will. Snowy, oh dear, what is happening? They keep it out, but it feels like they're almost doing it. They're almost getting there, almost defending, almost getting the goal. They've got to get it into the actual big Sweaty times on their goal line. They keep it out for now.
I'll tell you what, the main thing I want to see from Limitless with this Sweaty, wow, what an air dribble there. Challenging Revezzi on the other side is defending well and then surviving, mounting an attack themselves, which is exactly what they've done. It seemed like towards the second half of game number 1, when they'd be cooped up on their own defensive side, they just couldn't get out. The pressure really got to them. So this is a great response so far out of Limitless.
Well, here they are. Oh, there was a big bump there. That might open. Oh, not a great touch from Snow. He's going to make it awkward. Then a miss, and now Hey have possession. They've left to die for. A little stranded on his own at the back, and the others get back in time. Revezzi's up, so is Snowy. Saves it via the backboard, and maybe they can turn it around here, but it goes loose into the middle and can be hit right back to the Limitless side.
Yvonne puts that right in Limitless's hands. I think he was looking for that infield pass. Didn't quite go to a teammate, but Yvonne with the chance to slow things down a little bit, stay behind the ball, earn that extra 50-50 to push Limitless farther and farther back. To die for full boost on the backboard, sends it over to Snowy, who finds the corner with this one. And it's all about how far can these players go from their own backboard. We're seeing air dribbles, we're seeing passes, we're seeing the flip resets, but for the most part, deep transition defense played by both teams to not allow those easy chances.
Nice play from Snowy, low boost to clear it and then get a 50. Sweaty's got nothing to work with here to do anything with his forward play. But here comes Snowy, got a little bit of boost, saving the last 12, looking for a pass, floating in front of the net. To die for's there, but it is cleared away. Sweaty doesn't get a convincing touch to keep it in, but Snowy has worked his way back, and he can do defensive work. And Limitless looking a little out of sorts on their line. They're keeping it out, but it doesn't seem like accomplished defending and clearing. It's kind of diving in there, making sure it stays out. It is working, but it's very tense looking.
Well, there's a problem when working means that the game is tied. That was a chance for Snowy. It's not on target. I couldn't agree more. This isn't the Limitless you feel like you expected. It's like you're on a web page that's a little bit laggy and you need to hit refresh. Where's the refresh for Limitless? Is it going to happen in the final 90?
Pass into the little bang. Ivan will score that pass. And it is Hay with Riz that take first blood, and it's taken a long time. 3.5 minutes to get there.
I mean, to die for is just learning the hard way that you can't slow down the play with the ball in your hood like that. The flick has to come in so much sooner, otherwise you're dunked and you're putting your team in danger. Sweaty has this off the kickoff, flip reset. Almost a follow with the air dribble, he loses it. Snowy trying to make something out of this play. The bump doesn't come through against Yvonne, so here we go. Hey, continue forward.
And I think the main word you said there in that little sequence there, Pyro, was the almost, and that's the frustrating part. Is it has felt like a game of almost. There's been a big bump here. Ivan will get there and make sure he gets something on it. Sweaty. Oh, there's been a big miss. Revezzi gets a touch. To die for can't get under it. Snowy trying to bring it right back in. Sweaty turns around, waiting for some kind of pass, waiting for a loose ball, waiting for something. It doesn't come, and now they got to rotate back.
Oh, this is dangerous here. Flicks there, but Snowy had the reinforcements ready in place for the defense, but it's all about the offense now. Limitless have to find a chance here in these dying seconds of game 2.
30 seconds left. Oh, and Sweaty gets completely undone as the third man. Snowy now going to look for to die for in the midfield, but it's read far too easily and cut out. And right now, Hay with Riz happy to just keep the ball over on the Limitless side, look to intercept their plays coming forward and keep Limitless trying to work something. Here comes Snowy. Can they break the hearts in the middle? Now, Sweaty's got to make this happen right here, right now, and he does! And it's the late show from Limitless.
There isn't a play that Limitless needed more here. Snowy showing off the mechanics with the flip reset bump play, followed up by Sweaty, who hasn't been the most precise on shots and chances, but that's a breakthrough moment for him as Limitless tie it up.
Can they do it in regulation? Or are we going to have a consecutive overtime? It's high and loose in front of the Hay with Riz net. They've probably done enough now. Snowy keeps it up, but no one there to receive his punt forward. And we are in a second overtime. It went about a minute and a half, the first one. How long for this one, and who comes out on top?
Well, as if the world wasn't already watching Limitless be the final hope of SSA. If that wasn't enough pressure, here's another overtime for Limitless to figure out. Snowy's off the ceiling, gets the dunk on Karka. That could be huge. Here's to die for. Wraps around, does get the dunk again. That's almost on target.
Almost.
The crossbar denies the effort, but boy, was it close. Sweaty now from
Surely
the
now,
backboard.
surely,
Surely,
no!
There isn't. To die for, can't get it on target. The
Yes, there it
wraparound
is.
pass though to Sweaty's gonna do it.
Oh, my word. Oh, my word, to die for, overshot that. But Snowy keeps it there. Sweaty with the finish. Overtime number 2. The series is level.
I'll tell you what, that goal in the dying seconds of regulation there in game number 2 that Sweaty had scored. Again, I'm going to say it, it's a breakthrough moment. Sweaty needed his recovery play, his thing to make him feel confident again on the field. And that allowed Sweaty to be in position for that late pass from Snowy. Sweaty's kind of played this deep third all along, ensuring that the counterattack from Hay doesn't go in. But yeah, getting him in position there to deliver the final blow was big.
Woo! Sweaty. Well, listen, doesn't he have the most appropriate name? Because that was very, very sweaty. But he does get the brace in the game, and I think your point is well made that nothing settles you, especially when you've not quite been there. We said the word almost a number of times, and you've almost been there. Almost when you kind of get the calibration right and you lock in, the confidence factor is really important, and hopefully that comes through in the next series. To Die For had a couple of his own moments where he looked uncharacteristic, where he's just a control machine, and if they can settle into themselves, they are formidable opponents, and that's what we'll be looking for from Limitless in game 3.
I mean, those are those stories that we're still waiting to develop, right? To Die For has been a little bit quiet this series. We're waiting for his pop-off, even for Karka. You know, I'm waiting to see where the pop-off moments are for this player as well. I think, realistically, Hay and Limitless, they're just doing a really good job of these quick challenges to make sure nobody gets the space to have those pop-off moments. We'll see if that changes, though, as we continue in this series. Game number 3 in the series is level.
And away we go. It's over on the Limitless side from the kickoff. And immediately it goes to a midfield tussle. Going to be picked up here. Oh, what a great intercept. That might set up a goal, but it's whiffed and missed. And to be fair, Hay with Riz winning game 1. There were a couple of times, more than once, probably more than twice, where shots were whiffed very close to the net.
Yeah, that is true. Limitless spending plenty of time on their goal line. Nothing changing here with the goal from Revezzi.
I'm just trying to see. It feels to me like Hay were given a lot of time to build up from the corner. No one's shutting it down. And one of the hallmarks of the first half performance of game 1 was how quick they were onto them. Opportunity right off kickoff to Die For. Wants to be a kickoff goal specialist. Doesn't quite happen, not yet, but it might still be awkward. Ivan's got no boost to get it out. Bump in the midfield. Ivan doing great work with no boost, and somehow, after all of that, it's Limitless having to defend their net.
Yeah, it's that idea that Hay are just lethal wherever they go, apparently, on the field, even if they're tied up on their own goal line like they are here. Really nice read, though, from Yvonne. Snowy, so slow here, forcing the bait from Hay as they take it. Sweaty side flip to the ball. And here we are again, 1-0, Greybeard. Do you think Limitless wait till 7 seconds left to score?
Please, no. Oh dear, they're going to have to do it twice maybe. No, Sweaty's there. Gets the long, booming clear. And now they can move forward in numbers and try and make something happen. Revezzi, they're in a little bit outnumbered at the back there, or it was 2v2. But Ivan, who does very well under pressure to pick up the ball, clear it, and get it right in front of the net. We've seen him do that a few times. Snowy gonna get it maybe through the corner. Sweaty's up. Does he find a pass? It's in the middle. I don't know if To Die For gets there. He does, but not with a shot. Hands it off to Snowy. And Sweaty, just wide.
Turn it around here. As the ball's put to the mid, there's the flick. Sweaty should have this. Has it on lock. Another touch past Karka. It's going to allow Limitless to maybe get into driver's seat. No, they're tracking back here for the double tap in. Incredible save for To Die For. Read the read from the backboard.
Man, oh man, and that is so hard to do. Anybody who's done any length of time in Rocket League knows that those double taps in that fashion to read and save is really difficult. To Die For does it, and very important though. This is dangerous. Karka's going to have this. It's going to come off the backboard, and Snowy there this time to clear it away.
So we'll clear it out. Karka, full boost, taking on each and every challenge. Your 50-50 game's been solid despite the higher ping. And there's another moment, Greybeard, where the ball is just across the face of Limitless's net. No shot comes through, but it really makes you tense there. Limitless, it does feel like the goals against them could be much higher.
There's nothing about this at any stage that does not make me tense.
Fair enough.
Except when Limitless scored. To Die For shoots! Oh, down off the crossbar. Oh man, God, the save wasn't there, but neither was the shot completely. Ivan now floats it toward net. To Die For can clear, and Limitless remain a goal behind. And well, they scored with 7 seconds remaining in the last game. We're not quite there yet. Sweaty's going to look for a pass into the middle, and what an important touch from Ivan.
Oh my, demolition was there from Sweaty, but now they've got to get back. To Die For does just that. And huge on the defensive plays, especially in transition. Making sure that, hey, don't come away with those counterattack goals. Snowy in tow on this play, but Ivan's going to clear it all away. Limitless, they've waited to the final minute once again. Maybe not waited, but that's the reality of the scoreboard. To Die For, can he do it himself? Almost! The dunk as he plummeted to the ground just wasn't there.
Man, oh man. Well, my money's on an overtime. We've had 2 in a row. My money's absolutely on a third overtime. Limitless, they got 40 seconds left. I see them finding the goal fairly soon. Sweaty is getting 50 after 50. Surely now, Snowy! Oh! Hit it straight at the last player in the net. That should have been in. And now a pass to Die For. And Revezzi gets in the way. They are trying. They're knocking on the door. And it is staying closed and locked. There's been a bump in the net. Revezzi's up. But he gets beaten to it. To Die For down. They still can't get it. 12 seconds remaining. And still no Limitless goal. And now it has been cleared. And that might be all unless they can make one final push.
Wait.
Here comes Snowy. He's high. It's down off the crossbar. To Die For can't bring it down. And hey, with Riz, without an overtime, take game 3.
Oh, that's how you go down without a fight. That was high pressure in the final moments of game 3. 7 shots total in that game from To Die For, and it feels like a majority came in those final moments, but wasn't enough to score a single goal. Hey, with Riz, they haven't been scoring much this series, Greybeard, but it seems to be just enough to get these wins.
Well, Limitless are kind of renowned for that. They're generally not a team who, you know, are going to go 9-3 or 6-1 or, you know, those sorts of score lines. They generally seem quite happy to win by a goal, maybe 2, by and large, and that's kind of where Hay are at the moment. But these games are close and tense. It's not like Hay are streaking out ahead and then just kind of controlling the game. They are fighting all the way to the end, as we've just seen.
I think what people really want to see from Limitless, though, are goals on target, shots on target. There were some chances, like at To Die For clanger that knocked off the crossbar. Those shots, they've got to go in. If this is going to be a low-scoring series, those little minuscule chances that you get for an open shot just have to be on target. There's no question about it. You are fighting for top 2 in the region right now. So let's see if that precision takes place here as we drop into game number 4. Hey with Riz now with that series lead.
And you feel Limitless need to get out in front as soon as they can and then control the game from there. We've seen early goals from Hey with Riz the last couple games. This heading toward the net is cleared. Sweaty will pick it up, and here he comes. At least it's pressure and territorial advantage for the moment with Limitless.
I like that Sweaty is playing a bit more of an aggressive of a third role, and wow, does he have this read? He does! That's about as offensive as you could ask for.
Well, there we go. Sweaty, oh my god, what a play. The intercept and the luxury of all the boost to follow and get the decent angle. Limitless out in front.
I can't believe you had that read. I mean, that came off of a 50-50. That wasn't even supposed to happen, it feels like. But Sweaty, the more confident he is, the better. This one comes right off the post. And Revezzi doesn't have the shot. Sweaty, an unbelievable save. He's popping off.
Man, well, keep popping, man. Keep popping. Oh, what? Okay, talking about okay. That was, unexpected, certainly from To Die For, as he was waiting for that to come down, and the pinch bangs in at 120. My goodness.
I think that reset musty allowed him some forward progression that To Die For never could have forecasted. And yeah, Ivan really coming into his own this series with that unbelievable solo play. Nicely done on the ground pinch. Score that, and now he's got it with an air dribble, forcing 2 high from Limitless. Their last defender on no boost. Another sticky situation that Limitless will find themselves out of.
Okay, nice little touch around the corner. To Die For would love to have followed that, but he was removed. Demos and bumps, and oh my goodness. And now we're seeing the scramble on the Limitless line. To Die For is able to follow it this time, but caught out by Kaka, who will bring it right back. And now the touch from Revezzi. Snowy might have an opportunity if he can get out in front. He can't. Sweaty does have it. He has it high. He's got boost. He's following. There's been a demo. Sweaty takes it all the way.
You'd think Hey had the advantage here. They stole boost, they had possession, but now you have Snowy doing the same thing. Steals the boost, gets the demo, and lets Sweaty do what he's been doing.
And he done it good. He done it real good. And now they got to focus. Now they got to lock in, because it's go to extend the lead, but make sure you're not giving it all up. Don't leave everything for the swim back. And now it is Hey Riz building forward. Ivan does well. Can't set up a teammate, and To Die For Limitless takes it out. Does beautifully. He's making them very awkward. Gets a shot on net and forces Revezzi into an awkward save.
Yeah, nicely done from To Die For. Just 1v2s across the field there. You'd think putting Limitless in the driver's seat, but they've got to work back at it once again. Snowy, again, just the disruptor. The boost steal, going in for that bump from Ivan, but I think Hey are becoming a little more keen to it. Feels like this switch in the strategy of Snowy to pester Hey is something that Hey are becoming a little more aware of.
Snowy comes out on top of that 50, but Kaka will have full boost and possession. Is up in the air. Revezzi has pre-jumped, but Limitless wise to it. Go up to meet it. That's going toward the net. Kaka, he's beaten to it. Snowy's just got one to beat. Here he goes, looking for the double. It's left for Sweaty. Sweaty, the attempt on the bump on him doesn't come through. He flip resets, follows, and it is the turn of Hey to be a little scrambly in their defense as they scramble to get this out and away from their goal line.
Yeah, it is rare in this series that Limitless take the fight to Hey, but that's exactly what we're seeing, and that's while they're in the lead. It's been a change of tempo, and this will not constitute a goal for Hey, a goal line save, as these double taps have been read so often from Limitless. They're showing off with that tough defensive play. Is it enough to survive?
in particular to die for with his second blinding double tap read for a save. Sweaty just waits out the attempt. But the dunk is going to cause a little bit of consternation to die for to the corner of the pass into the middle. Revezi's not ready for it. So Snowy will inch up and threaten, get a great 50. Can he do it again? It is. It's high into the middle. Sweaty can't commit as the third man. But as to die for circles back, Sweaty can get a 50.
There we go. So often in these games, we see a last-minute goal to force overtime. It is up to Limitless to change that tune. It's Karka. Finds Ivan in the midfield. Karka back to Ivan. This one's cut off well by To Die For. Good interception. Nice shot. That's off the post, though. And that was nearly securing game 4.
Feels bad, man. Feels bad. It doesn't happen, but it is still Limitless with the lead. If they get a second here, that will lock it down. It's not going to happen there. They've got to immediately defend. They conceded very, very late in game 1 and then lost in overtime. They'll be aware of that. They don't want to do the same. They want to burn some time. Snowy tries to keep possession. This is very awkward. A little bit of, okay, you take it, no, you take it, and that gets them in trouble almost. But for now, it's okay. That's heading toward the net. No. It's a double commit. The clock has run down. Limitless will be desperate to ground the Sweaty. A demo and Sweaty. Surely he just puts this to the floor. Sweaty, put it to the floor. A team bump from Hey Riz keeps it up because it pinches high in the air. And this is still not over. It's still Hey with Riz trying to work their way to the net. And finally, as I run out of breath, this game comes to an end.
I just saw Limitless become unbalanced on a tightrope that was strung between two mountains and then somehow regain themselves. That no boost double commit with 3 seconds remaining. I thought that was the writing on their gravestone, but no, they hold on to tie this series. And I'll tell you what, Greybeard, aside from those dying moments there, this was not the Limitless that I expected to see. What we're seeing is the Sweaty pop-off on the goal scoring. To Die For with the defense that makes for a championship winning team, and Snowy as the disruptor. These roles that all these players are coming into is really becoming a seamless Limitless.
During the interview yesterday with Sweaty, he was talking about Cosmico, who took games 2 and 3 from them and were looking good. And Sweaty said when they realized it was time to lock in. And I kind of get the sense of what you've just said there, that this is the time. That's what they got to do right here and now. This is the time to lock in. They've come from behind twice in the series to level up the series. Now you feel they got to step forward and take a lead. Because they don't want to go out to Neo Tokyo. We haven't seen best of 7s this weekend, and you don't want to be looking for a best of 7 on Neo Tokyo.
No, you don't want to be on the wrong side when game 6 comes around. We're now on my favorite map, Aquadome Salty Shallows. I don't know what it is about it. I'm glad to see Aquadome back in that map rotation, and the hues on this map are just lovely. But I don't think that's what the players are thinking about. I think they're thinking more about, like you said, Greybeard, locking in Ivan reading the double
somehow
tap.
It's out. Oh, jeez.
Eventually gets Hayes' goal.
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing. Amazing it was kept out here. But yeah, with the entire Hey Riz team on that goal line, there was only one place that ball was going to finish up, and that was blown to bits on the other side of the line. And it's Hey Riz with the opening goal, and an early opening goal. Oh yeah, okay. Now Snowy is there. My goodness, I thought for a moment that was bad. Ivan's got some work to do here. And just to conclude on the map thing, I'm still salty about the removal of Wasteland, but
Wasteland,
a conversation for another day.
Very well. I was ready to get into it. That first goal, though, I'll tell you what, that first goal felt like, oh no, there's going to be a second. Yeah, this one, the net wide open. I think, is Snowy going for boost here on the wraparound? To Die For wanted to play the ball. Yeah, just never got there in time. This feels like the catharsis that Hey were looking for at the end of game number 4. The goal that maybe should have been for them is now coming at the beginning of game 5.
And the only 2-goal lead as far... Oh, what a demo, but it's going to fall for Snowy. The only 2-goal lead I recall was the opening game where Limitless got 2 relatively quick opening goals, which weren't enough for them in the end, but it is now. Hey with Riz, deep into the series. Game 5, looking to go on to series point, who have the 2-goal lead.
Pop up there for Sweaty to die for. Ceiling double, backboard double. The old double, and Sweaty off the ceiling almost gets the goal from it. A vertical play, if I've ever seen one, for Limitless, but it won't find the net. Not quite. This does look dangerous, though. Okay, not so much when the shot taker is off the field. Snowy, a bomb across the field, forcing 2 from Hay, as Limitless look to put the pressure on.
I like what they're doing up front here. They're shutting them down quick. Or having said that, Ivan has been given a week and a half to build up the play there. He is finally shut down. Who gets here first? Sweaty's waiting, but can't get it over and past Kaka. Now this is heading toward the net. Snowy looking for the bump. He gets it, but I think there was a demo by return to make sure the shot wasn't put into the open net.
I mean, it's the same ideas in place that earned Limitless their Game 4 win. Snowy's still trying to heckle Hay on their own side of the field. Unfortunately, the demos are coming right back at him. So while you're searching for those physical plays, you've got to be aware of them as well. Flick play from Sweaty on the remainder of his boost. Gets saved there by Revezi. And now it's Sweaty's turn to play again. This has been your sharpshooter of Limitless in search of another.
Snowy either going to go himself. Sweaty's going upfield looking for the bumps, but in the meantime, to die for can't pick up the handoff from Snowy, and now they're going to have to defend. Sweaty is back, does magnificently to get in the way of that. The punt forward, Limitless trolling in the midfield, waiting for a loose ball, looking for something to happen, but it's picked up by Kaka. Big boost. Ivan, who had pre-jumped and was ready for it, and bang, there it is. 3 goals for Hay with Riz.
Tough touch here from Sweaty on his own backline here. He made the magnificent save, but then Karka comes right in to make his job just tougher. Hay with the greatest goal differential that we've seen this series to near their securing of Game 5.
All right. Some pressure for Limitless to die for. Was up, and he's not been as he had that opening goal, the kickoff goal in Game 1, but his shot's letting him down since then. To die for, can he make it happen now? It's wide, it's there or thereabouts. He tries to get an intercept for a pass. Sweaty just lobs it forward, hoping something will come of it. Ivan back to Revezi, and here comes Revezi, intercepted by Snowy. They're doing well with this, but 3 goals. It's a pretty steep and intimidating hill as they come into that last minute.
Maybe just even for the psyche, Limitless search for 1 goal in this game, but I think time of the clock, it could be enough. That's to die for. On the shot, gets demoed, pass over to Sweaty. What a pinch pass off the backboard to allow Sweaty to score.
Okay, so hope is a good thing, my friend. Maybe the best of things, and no good thing ever dies. Two goals to get, 44 seconds. You feel a kickoff goal here would make it happen. A huge kickoff. It's played back to die for. He's got the boost. He's got the possession. He gets it over. Does he get the double pass? He doesn't. Snowy, though. Mike to Sweaty. Sweaty shoots, and Kaka saves.
That's the chance right there. That is how the play is designed to eventually score that ball. But it's Hay to have the defense fortified, to be prepared for that save. They've illustrated some incredible defense throughout this series as Limitless have dominated the shot counts. And with that, they've just about earned their match point in this semifinals. They are now 1 step away, 1 game win away from reaching the championships of our first RLCS 2025
and the
Open.
tit for tat continues. Hay take a game, Limitless take a game, Hay take a game, Limitless take a game, and now Hay take a game. So Limitless will have to do what they've already done twice, but this time with the added pressure of the boneyard of dreams that is Neo Tokyo. And And I mean, it was a 2-goal victory in the end. That's pretty much, it is the first game that was more than a 1-goal difference. So by those standards, a dominating win, but still close.
Sort of makes you think that the start of the game is really, really, really important for Limitless, because those 2 goals from Hay came immediately. And Limitless just, they've been relying on these late goals that push to overtime or push for the lead. And in that sense, you can't just get 3 in the final minute. So maybe some early success for Limitless will string together something great. But you mentioned something else, Greybeard, that I think is really interesting, and that is the pressure that is on this team. Of course, they've got to win 2 here to win the series, but a lot of people are watching this team as they are the final survivors of the region, trying to have some representation in the finals.
Absolutely. This is what season 37 of Survivor SSA. This is where we are right here, right now. And Limitless, the only that hasn't been voted off the island, and they are hanging on. And they've got to do the business out here on Neo Tokyo. Away we go.
Away we go. We start about the early game being important for Limitless. Sweaty might just show off here. Flip reset pass over to Snowy, and I like the commitment here from Limitless. They're firing away right out the gate in the start of game 6.
Yeah, they're good pressure, but you feel they've got to make it work, and not a great touch. It gives away possession. Sweaty, awkward on the back, but he does well enough. Snowy now will finally get something of a long distance clear. The no boost follow. And looks for some disruption, but a Limitless right back on the pressure. This is good to see. Here comes Sweaty. And not sure what the plan was there. I'm sure it wasn't to put a very soft punt to the bottom right corner. Either way, it doesn't work out, but they do continue with the pressure. And this is encouraging. Sweaty with the double. I'm not sure if there was a defensive touch or if his final touch just was off target.
I'll tell you what, either way, Sweaty's ideation on these shot chances is magnificent. He's going for that double-double that makes Hay reconsider where are the shots going to come through. That may be the best bet for Limitless, is just get Hay uncomfortable.
Well, it's working so far. Well, it's at least working in terms of giving them the possession, giving them the territorial, but it hasn't worked in terms of getting a goal to die for in what seems like the longest drought of goal scoring. He finally puts one away, the pass into the middle, and the laser shot at 120 into the back of the net.
There you go. He said, Sweaty, those were some nice flip reset, double tap moves. Just hand the ball to me. I'll send a laser to the net. Snowy's trying to do the same. Everybody wants a goal for the tally. But for now, Limitless, they enjoy a lead that was almost short-lived.
And I love the fact that right after kickoff, they've done exactly what they had been doing for the minute and a half leading up to that goal of just pressing up against Hey Riz. And a brief opportunity is pushed back, and immediately they were threatening over in the blue half. Although it does feel that maybe now Hey with Riz breaking the stranglehold of the pressure and able to spend a lot more time over on Limitless's side.
Got more time to spend here. The clear from Revezi. Sweaty, how far can we take this here? Ooh, not so much. Ivan gets a challenge there at the midfield. Hey, with Riz, they know what Sweaty can't do, so limiting those chances would be massive. But look at this, a wide open half here. So he just doesn't have boost to get this pass off. And Karka takes clear advantage with the demo.
Yeah, Karka giving Snowy 33 boost. But not in the space that he wanted. This might be dangerous. Sweaty does very, very well to calmly take that away. But it is Hey with Riz. They're fighting their way back into this. They have pushed Limitless back. Limitless not spending as much time in front of their net as they were at the start of the game. We saw this in game 1. Suffocating pressure from Limitless, which eventually Hey Riz figured out. And perhaps now they are figuring it out themselves. There have been more opportunities for them. Nothing huge, nothing threatening, but the territorial play is important.
No, you're right, though. This is so similar to game one in the same sense. Hey, only have a single shot registered. Whoa, that demolition almost cleared the lane, but Sweaty's going to find this ball instead. In search of the bump now, but Karka intercepts to Die For's approach. That's Ivan with yet another impeding play that is taking away the Limitless counterattack. Die For avoids the bump. It's Snowy. Ooh, that's a little bit scary. This shot should find its way to the net unless Sweaty can put the cape on. Save the day once again.
I think the late goal in game one came at around 22 seconds, 24 seconds. And it's starting to feel that Hey with Riz are building up to that. Limitless have not been able to control the play for a long time. They're having to scramble in defense, get the touches away, and now maybe they can build something. Sweaty with control. Doesn't have a lot of boost. Goes for the bump. That works out. And for the briefest moment, Hey with Riz are a little bit uncomfortable, but they do get the long clear. We're now at 45 seconds to go. A razor-thin 1-goal lead for Limitless stays intact for the moment.
So funny watching Snowy get hounded on the counterattack bump there. He's been doing that all day against Hay, so it's a little bit of a taste of his own medicine, but he evades it. He gets a save. He's going to find another here. No, that's Sweaty taking it across. Massive dunk for Limitless to take that ball across the field, force Hay to refresh the whiteboard, try again for a game plan. The game plan is Ivan. Air dribble across the field. Karka with the shot and Snowy with the save. 10 seconds remaining. We've seen this before. Limitless held the line. Can they do it again? Redirect across the field and Karka's on the other side of it. He's got to take it all the way across the field now. Full boost and a dream for Karka. He's trying to find a teammate. Gets past one to Die For. Snowy no boost up the backboard. He gets the touch. It's needed. Karka, there's the shot. It's not enough. Limitless. They forced the game 7.
Oh my goodness gracious. That was unbelievable. It was so tense. And as that went on, as the Hey with Riz push was moving more and closer to the end of time, I was convinced they were going to get it and push this into overtime. It doesn't come. And at the end, I mean, they had a single shot on goal up until the last, I think, 35 seconds, maybe 45 seconds. And then they ended with, what was their shot tally in there? 5 goals. So all of those, 4 of those coming inside the last 3/4 of a minute.
I mean, I'm shaking right now. I don't know. I don't know what the players are thinking, but I am shaking. That was an insane end to game number 6. And you know what? The desk predicted game 7. So we're all just going to give a little pat on the back for ourselves right now. You know, we'll certainly take it. But Limitless, they're hoping they can take this game number 7. They're hoping they can bunk the trend here, Graybeard, which is handing off game after game. They've just traded wins one after the other. The trend does favor Hey.
It certainly does. They're going to have to break the course of recent history, will Limitless. And as you pointed out earlier, the start of games, incredibly important for Limitless. They need to come out hot.
All right. Champions Field. Game number 7. Limitless with their region representation on the line in the grand finals. And Ivan has this 1v2, almost finds a way. Set up high, but these saves from Limitless, I mean, they've got such a good read on the shots from Hay so far.
They've been unreal. And from a few, from To Die For, from Sweaty, from Snowy even getting involved. And that has absolutely kept them in the game. And now there may be something happening here. Sweaty goes high, goes for the bump, but it is evaded. And the pressure valve is immediately relieved. To Die For was 1v2 for a moment. He dies in his attempt for a clear. Snowy goes for a bump. It's not there. And Ivan goes for a bump. So the air dribble cringes are coming out but not connecting.
You know, it's received its own nickname because of how popular and effective it is. I don't think we'll ever see that play die. I think it will only increase by the numbers, especially when you get that early reset and you can just carry on with your play in search of the bump. Sweaty was in search of the shot and a boost steal there. Manages to snag it. And what do you think of the early game, Graybeard? We said it was important. It's still tied.
I know I'm particularly tense when I can hear you talking and I start thinking I'm watching this on Twitch, and then you'll go quiet, and I'll go, oh gosh, I'm supposed to speak. But that's pretty much how I'm feeling right now. We've had 2 minutes. We're coming on to 2 minutes with no goal. And these situations make me tense because you just feel, you know, when there are early goals, you feel like there's going to be a lot of them. There's an open net. Sweaty, can he get there? It hits the post to die for. No boost follow, but he gets there. Limitless in front.
Sweaty, just ready to make the play of a lifetime here. Knows he doesn't need the goal, but he does need to beat 2 defenders. A beautiful pass to die for to give Limitless the lead.
And I'm not sure if that's calmed my nerves or made it worse, but Limitless are in front.
This is not gonna make it better.
Yeah, I know. Going backwards. Every coach in the world will tell you shouldn't be driving backwards for a ball. But they get it to die for, almost sneaks it round and underneath. A 2-goal lead here for Limitless would be a gift. But they're going to have to defend. That's going toward the net. I don't know who's been killed. They do keep it out. That's heading toward it. It's in.
Well, the smoke screen left us all waiting and watching as Sweaty made that save, landed on the backboard, but there's no save to be made after it's redirected by his own teammate.
Okay, so... All right. It's a level game, but what did we want? Did we want to watch a walkover, an easy win from one of these teams? If I'm entirely honest, yes, I did, but we don't have that. We have a Game 7 thriller.
Yes, we did. And it's been about who's been the most disciplined, the most clutch these game time scenarios. There's been a lot of defensive clutches from Limitless when they're up 1 towards the dying seconds, but hey, have at least an overtime win under their belt as well. So every player ready to make their mark. This passing play, it could be the 1-2-1. No, Snowy fakes the pass, goes for the shot. Ivan had the read, and now Revezi gonna play up to himself on the backboard.
And again, someone killed. I'm not sure who died, but it was Limitless who lost a player. Karka's lurking. Sweaty can't get it past to die. Force missed. This is a bit tense. Snowy can pick it up and regain a little bit of control for Limitless. Here comes Revezi. There's an open net. There's a pass into the middle. The shot is high. Ivan is up, is high. But it's off the ceiling, and it comes to naught.
We'll talk about the right idea for Hay. They had that infield pass that just didn't link up. Karka took the shot a bit too high, and it left Limitless with another way to survive. Wow, Karka in search of the pass of the backboard from the lip of the backboard in the ceiling. That would have been ridiculous. Revezi takes a shot on target, and Sweaty no boost makes the save, but still more work to be done by Limitless. The clear there beats Revezi, no boost, but still he's able to lob it forward to die for. First touch turns into 2 with the flip reset. Passes there off the backboard. Snowy next to shoot off of the post. It's not in.
Oh my God, is that a moment? Is that a moment? Oh my, that was so damn close. Almost scored. There's been a demo on Limitless in front of the net. They're trying to sneak it round. Sweaty arrives, and it's one of those moments of like, oh gosh, don't own goal. He doesn't, he touches it away. But it is currently Hay with all the momentum, all the pressure. Limitless trying to get out. There's been a defensive demo in the midfield. If they can get this past, they can't. Ivan brings it right back. Sweaty is alone. There's coming toward an open net. Sweaty somehow turns around, gets back and gets the clear. Are we going to get a Game 7 overtime? It looks like it.
Have I witnessed magic? Where did Sweaty come from? How did he recover in that instance? I thought for sure Hay had the open shot, the clear path to the grand finals, but no, it'll be decided in overtime.
Come on, let's take it off kickoff. Good kickoff for Limitless. No, it's not. Karka's got it. He's got boost. Does he get the corner read? He doesn't. To die for, we'll pop it high and forward. Oh, okay, here we go. It's going to be one of those. Heading toward the Hay net, but no real venom behind it just yet.
You can imagine players with everything to work for here. This win taking them all the way to a chance to represent at the major. Points on the line. Representation on the line for Limitless. Sweaty. Full boost. Light first touch should have the 50 to take it farther forward. It's Hay from their own side.
Revezi picked up the corner boost, was trying to build a solo play, bumped off of it. Parker's got to defend. It's not Snowy. Snowy looking for the bump. Oh, if the bump came, it would have been there. That's heading toward the net. Ivan should have the Snowy waiting on the opposite wall to bring it right back. Does he get the all-important touch? Down to the divide for, but Revezi makes a critical dive to keep it out. But this is good from Limitless. Building some pressure. The entirety of Hay in their own corner for the time being. It's scrappy and crazy on the goal line, but somehow, someway, Hay keep it out. And Limitless will try and turn around and do it again.
Sweaty has to make that all-important decision as the third, as he has so many times throughout this series. Do I dive in or do I wait? He waited there as a deep third to play for the counterattack, but now he's stolen boost. He's delivered a pass. There's no one there to score. For Snowy, no boost, cannot challenge Revezi. This is dangerous, but Revezi, that first touch too heavy-handed. Couldn't follow up with a second. Instead, it's Snowy for the shot. Bang! And behind the ball is Karka. They've delivered the goal. It's Limitless to the grand finals. And hey, with Riz, you can go work on your game because you're gone.
Oh my word. Hey, Riz, you're out of there. Snowy delivers the winning punch, the killing punch in overtime. But my goodness, you know, it's only in this sort of retrospect, Pyro, where we've just witnessed what we've witnessed, that you love the fact that it was so tight and so tense. And when the team comes out victorious, but man, oh man, what a titanic struggle. But Limitless book their seat in the grand final. And if I'm not mistaken, it is grand final number 21 or 2 for Snowy.
Oh, wow. I mean, what championship Sunday has he not been to in SSA, for that matter? But grand finals, yeah, I'm sure. The number is Limitless. We can talk about Snowy. We can talk about To Die For. Sweaty, to me, the clear MVP of this match in that last game. 7 saves. 7 saves. Greybeard, that is 7 moments where the game was on the line that he would not allow Hay to take that lead.
Gentlemen, how you like them apples?
Oh, they are scrumptious.
Great, there was one time I put in chat, there was at the end of the game when Limitless was keeping it up and they had no reason to. And I was like, no one breathed for 12 seconds. The last 48 seconds of that overtime, I'm pretty sure I was clutching the sides of my chair. What a finish. What a showing from both teams. That was the match we deserved.
100%. And it's completely different as we imagined it. And it was Sweaty, the lifeblood of Limitless. Without him playing like he did today, Limitless lose that 10 times out of 10. I am absolutely flabbergasted and discombobulated by this entire series. I just want more of it.
We only say that, Mark, though, because Limitless won. I think this would be a very demure panel if Limitless had gone down. But sorry, Pyro, you take the loss on the predictions, but the rest of us are ecstatic.
Yeah,
Pyro, but ecstatic.
Pyro, let me just say it, Pyro. God, you were horribly wrong on your prediction.
Dang it. So, wait, here's the thing, though. I know Sweaty may be deserving of the MVP, but potential desk MVP for not doing the desk curse and sweeping for Limitless?
No. I'm not giving you that. You are a non-believer. Get out of here.
Roll the tape back.
I'm happy for a high five here, Pyro.
All right.
Okay, back to the game, guys. Back to the game.
That was awkward.
A little bit.
I was really impressed, actually, by Ivan. He did a spectacular job throughout that series, which was really nice to see. Revsy was a bit quiet, but otherwise, there was a very solid performance forced out of the Limitless defense by the attack there of Hay. They put on a show, and that fight to the death that we talk about so many times, we even identified it in the series. That's what we're talking about. Like, as even after the buzz is gone, you keep fighting.
Driver of the day is open, so if you want to vote for your driver of the day, we've just been talking about Sweaty, about Karka, about Ivan. If one of those is your driver of the day, go and vote now. acgl.gg/vote. We will announce the driver of the day at the end of the night. I do want to Limitless come out victorious. And it was tense because they were taking every second game. They were on the wrong side of that little progression ladder. They did break it at the end. I thought, though, the usual star of the show, To Die For, seemed to me muted, and I don't know if that was because of tactical play or if he was just a little off today.
I feel like he was a bit off. Like, normally we would look to, on Limitless, we would look to Die For, right? He was our MVP of RLCS 2024. He is the most influential player of that squad, usually. But if you are not playing well on the day and you have a player that is playing well, I think it's only right that you take yourself back. And when To Die For did come on, I think there was only one game where he played to his usual standard. That was Game 7. That was Champions Field. Other than that, you just have to take the step back, have to take your ego out of it, and let the players that have a good day step forward.
I want to build on that because, you know, when we talk about Sweaty, he came in as the most junior member of the squad in terms of like experience, and he's constantly been improving. We've talked about improvement the whole weekend. He has been a shining light in that. He just tends to get a little bit overshadowed by what To Die For does regularly. And so Martha's 100% right. This was just Sweaty's day. And the team was willing to give him that. You know, Snowy and To Die For then play a little bit back. And out of interest, To Die For's the slowest member of that squad in terms of average speed. So he is not afraid to take a more tactical approach to that. And I think that that's exactly what came to the fore today.
There were certainly very, very clutch moments in several games. Pyro highlighted it during the cast. I can't even remember which game in particular. There was one of the ones that Limitless won, but by a single goal, and there was a late flurry by Hay, and they were clutching it out off the backboard. And we've just trashed To Die For a little. Well, trashed is harsh. We criticized him a little.
We leveled criticism at him.
Yes, but I have to. He made 2 double tap saves. Saves from double taps from the opposition, which is mind-blowing. Those are almost impossible reads. We're going to talk now about the second semi-final, but before we do, I just want to, because I see there's a lot of argy-bargy going on in Twitch chat, which of course it wouldn't be Twitch chat if it weren't. But I just want to put it out there for people coming into this region. This is our region. EU, the players that are coming here, are punching down. And I want you to be aware of that in chat. Don't come into our chat and punch down. Even if you are baited and provoked, don't respond to it. Don't get nasty. Let's keep it tight. Let's keep it clean. I just want to point that out. You are guests in our house. We welcome you, but be nice. Let's move on to our second semi-final of the day. It is an all-EU affair. The Maestros, who are camping out in Cape Town. The Ball Eaters, who are not. And that comes then with a built-in massive advantage for the Maestros.
Oh, yeah. We're talking about 8 ping for the Maestros. And Q-Tips, I can see him in the server right now at 216. That is a 200 ping difference. We're absolutely going to see that on the field. But Mock, I'm curious, do the Ball Eaters stick with this speedy play style that's been so necessary on this high ping that's really been their identity in this event?
I mean, the last word that you just said, I think it hits the nail on its head. It's their identity. I don't think they can't play this speedy style, because if you do and try to experiment against a team that, I would argue, even in EU, maybe 6 times out of 10 has your number. Now they have the ping advantage. I think you have to just lean into that even more. You have to play to your own strengths and not concern yourself with what the Maestros, and that is of course VK, Salem, Leoro, and Torres, have to bring or can bring to the table playing from the ATK arena in Cape Town.
I think what's
vote.
important.
I just want to open the chat vote. Chat, make your voice heard. You can have your say right here, right now. The hashtags, and this is where we invite our EU viewers can give an honest opinion of which of these 2 teams are going to take it. Hashtag BE and hashtag. I missed the other hashtag. There it is. Hashtag ME. Thank you very much, Blank, for putting that back up there. All right, Ultrazim, you were saying.
speed is a big part of what these Europeans play. And, we chatted to VK Salen and the rest of the old team, back when they were Mobula, and they said that one of the things that SA teams should be doing more is playing faster, challenging earlier. And so I think using speed against it, even on the ping, is going to be very important. Even the Maestros effectively have admitted it. And looking at the stats, I mean, the Maestros are coming in as favorites, guys. Yeah, kind of fair comment.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to argue against 12 shots per game. That is suffocating offense. And I mean, even if we look at it, what we've seen from the Ball Eaters is that they rely on Chester to very much open the lanes, I feel like, to be a bit abrasive up front. And if he can't get the contact, I think they're going to struggle against the Spanish squad.
Well, so far, chat is laying out their favorite. 73% for the Maestros at this point, 27% for the Ball Eaters. But look, I just hope we just had an astonishingly good series, and I would love to see something similar. Either way, I don't want to see. It would be disappointing if it was just a stonking. So hopefully it can go the distance, 6-7 games. But it's hard not to feel like it's a massive uphill battle for the Ball Eaters.
Yeah, I mean, that's very well the case. Listen, all I want to say, I feel like we had that player comparison real quick. Leoro, for a very specific reason, is highlighted there. He was the kind of player of the final split last season. This guy putting up insane numbers of goals, and the shot quality has been the best that we've seen in a long, long time. The angles, the redirects, the value that he brings with BK Salen in tow has been a tough thing for a lot of teams to handle.
I mean, when is the last time when you've seen a player have equal amount of goals and assists and both of them be above 1, or in his case 1.7? That is absolutely absurd, the numbers that Leoro is putting up. I think, yeah, the Ball Eaters have got their work cut out for them, but we've said that for them every game since the top 8. They are on this lower bracket run. I think we can't discount that fact. They've already played today. They will be warm, and they will know what the server brings them.
Let's talk about our predictions. I think, well, before we leave that, staying with you, Macht, Chester, is he the key to the Ball
For me,
Eaters?
yes. I think Mira and Q-Tips are very good at what they do, at chasing. And I think Chester is the one that facilitates that tries to open it up, that tries to steal the resources from the opponent. For me, Chester needs to have a great series. If he does, anything's possible.
I mean, we saw it in their last game. He was always lingering around the front there. He was willing to pick up anything that dropped out of a complicated situation in the corner. And it's that presence around there, even if it's just a little bump at the last because the ball never comes to you. Those are little impactful plays that don't often get the camera. So, yeah, I'm with Macht on this. Chester's a big part in a quiet way.
We are very close to kickoff. We need chop, quick predictions. Ultrazim, you haven't been first today. You're first now.
Maestros, I said it earlier, they're the clear favorites coming into this.
Macht Fish.
We want the final. We want Maestros versus Limitless. For the story, give me the Maestros.
Pyro.
That's going to be 3.
All right, well.
The curse.
Now I'm in an awkward position. I don't. Okay, well. Will my curse work? I'm not sure, but either way, I can't do it. Ball Eaters for the first time have my prediction. So hopefully, or does it? I'm not sure how that works anymore. But it is the Ball Eaters versus the Maestros, second semi-final for the grand final, best of 7. Let's go!
An all-EU affair in the second semi-final, whilst Limitless is waiting for the victor. It is the Ball Eaters that come out of nowhere, that surprised everyone against a team we very much expected to be here. The Maestros del Esferico, the 3 Spaniards playing out of Cape Town, try to make it back to the major stage. Ball Eaters in blue, Maestros in orange, and Pyro, let's have ourselves a party.
I'm ready. Let's get right into it. Another best of 7 on the table here. And I want to see how both teams warm up in this series. I talked to Chester yesterday from the Ball Eaters, and they seem to fear the Maestros. He said, we're weary of two teams. That is Limitless and the Maestros. Yet you mentioned something very important, Mockton. That is that the Maestros aren't necessarily warm today. Surely they've scrimmed. The Ball Eaters have that advantage of their last series they played.
There's still a difference between warming up by playing a scrim and being warm by already having played in competition. Training is not necessarily the same than proper competitive games, and the Ball Eaters did have a very competitive series against Cosmico where they needed some time to adapt at the early stages. Surely they cannot afford to lose 2 on the trot here in the opening 2 against the Maestros.
And they, though, I mean, that's what we got to talk about, because they lost 2, like you mentioned, to Cosmico, and then came back with 4 wins. So at the very least, got some momentum with those 4 wins, and they're hoping that they don't allow VK Salen to show off that momentum. Look at him run rampant for that demolition. Leoro, the opening for the shot. That one lands high.
That was, you would think, a trivial shot for Leoro, a striker of his quality, but he only sets it against the crossbar. Maestros still trying to find their rhythm. There he is again, Leoro, but the post this time denies. He's dialing in the scope.
Well, Ball Eaters have to take advantage of this. If Leoro is, dicing up the woodwork here, then there's a chance for Ball Eaters to take a lead. There's a chance to make them continue to feel uncomfortable. Sort of how Sweaty had to warm up in the last match of Limitless. So here they are on attack. Q-Tips, not the same amount of boost there as VK Salen, as he gets the touch instead and the mid-boost grab.
VK trying to disrupt Leoro. Once again, another open shot for him. No one contesting it from the Ball Eaters, but again, Leoro just off target as the Maestros are certainly building a fort on offense and trying to besiege the blue half, but thus far, the siege yields no results. There is a small village. It may not be full of Gallic people, but it will in the end be conquered nonetheless. Torres with the first.
You run statistics on this play. Torres 1v3, no boost. Surely there's no chance of scoring it, right? But the acrobatics prevail as he gymnastically maneuvers around for the dunk and the goal.
Well, no magic potions remain in that small village as the Ball Eaters concede for the first time after ample amounts of pressures by the Maestros, who seem to be very much in charge of this opening half. Leoro denied by Mira on the goal line.
Wow, and Mira, a second save there on very little boost, was called to action after everyone else is trying to get boost. It doesn't matter how much boost they have. Maestros collecting every goal off the perfect 50-50.
And that's where I think we need to address the elephant in the room. That's where the ping just works in the Maestro's favor. We can see it at the top right, 8 ping, as they are in the same cities where the servers are located. And surely that gives them the advantage for those slow 50-50s. Leoro, second goal. The Maestros are warmed up.
Well, Leoro's hitting his shots on target, so this is not looking good for the Ball Eaters. And we spoke on the identity of the Ball Eaters. With this high ping, they've got to set the tempo. They've got to be the quickest team to the ball. Really tough to do with the speedy Maestros.
And speaking of speed, the one player that is even quicker on the pitch than the Ball Eaters is VK Salen. Overall speed, a trademark of Spanish Rocket League players. We've talked about it at length last year, but it still keeps holding true. These Spaniards, they are all about keeping and preserving momentum, of playing as fast as they can to annoy their opponents as much as they can.
I think it's going to be about the boost grabs as well. VK last season played such a disruptor role in stealing those boosts on the other side of the field, and we've already seen demolitions from him as well, so Ball Eaters have to have an eye out for him this series.
VK certainly, with his veteran status and all the high-level gameplay that he's seen, can bring out the smart tactical facet to the series. where the Ball Eaters may just struggle a little bit more. Q-Tips now has some space to his hand, and Norwegian flicks it high, but Leoro more than ready on the backboard.
I think just for the mindset for Ball Eaters, they're looking for a goal this game. Even if it's not the win, it is a path to success. So far, they haven't proven that.
That path, they have to stay on it. VK fakes it out to Torres and Leoro both double commit on this one, but it will be inconsequential as Torres can just grab the back boost and cut right in the rotation. The Ball Eaters had a decent opening minute, but after that, the Maestros rung true to their name.
4 shots, 0 goals. What the Ball Eaters will come away with in game number 1 of our second semifinals today. RLCS's SSA's first open here as we await the next finalists. What do you think Limitless are thinking watching this match, Mock?
I doubt they're watching this match.
Okay.
that is my
fair,
answer.
Fair.
I think the only person watching that match is their coach, CP Zebra. But apart from that, I think the players, or at least I hope, they better be scrimming someone to keep them warm or just playing free play. Because the Maestros, they're going to be very, very tough to beat here for Ball Eaters. A resounding Game 1 victory. And a victory that is somewhat, expected for the Maestros.
Well, here's the thing as well. The Ball Eaters, they didn't need to concede as many goals as they did. When we take a look at those replays, it was majority from the 50-50s that they collected, right? Stringing along and baiting the defenders into poor touches. If Ball Eaters are just a little more confident and aware of this approach from the Maestros, use the boost count that they have and the advantage in those situations, this is a much closer game. I haven't seen the offense really come together yet from the Ball Eaters, but at least for the defense, there's still a path to victory to keep this a low-scoring match.
It's a sort of similar affair to what the Ball Eaters had to face in the first series of the day against Cosmico, when they needed a bit of time to download all the relevant information from their opponents. How are the Maestros going to play exactly? What is, their strategy going to be? How aggressive are they going to be? Well, the answer is yes, they're going to be very aggressive. The answer is yes, the strategy is, well, a strategy that you could expect, playing very, very quickly and disrupting the Ball Eaters rotation. But now they have a second game in which they need to show some adaptation already.
They talked about Chester being the key for the success for Ball Eaters to especially allow their teammates to run rampant on the field. That's exactly the scenario they're in search of. Save does come in, though, from VK Salen as the Maestros charge forward. Interception comes through for Q-Tips.
Great opportunity for the Ball Eaters. Have to bury that. I feel like if they want to have a chance here at the Maestros, as Torres takes over control. Little boost in the tank. Pass option to Leoro is open, but it's too high. Chester already there is VK Salen. A confident dive, but one that could have gone horribly wrong.
So Q-Tips, last defender here. He's looking to keep this possession alive, but the teammates need to work back for boost. Chester tries for the challenge, barely gets it. Mira, there's the redirect. The fancy touches that we know Ball Eater for are starting to come through, making Maestro slowly second-guess their approach. But space on a play like this is dangerous. Leoro fakes pass one, passes for the second. Torres peels off, doesn't like the chance.
Too selfish perhaps for Leoro, who had VK Salen waiting in the wings. But now, we talked about it a bit yesterday. The Maestros need to make sure that their rotation is coherent, that they get all 3 of their players involved. And that is where we saw yesterday against Dano Chief would be the big weakness for the Maestros, getting Torres involved, but they don't need to as Ball Eaters overcommit, and VK Salen can put in an easy goal.
Well, here you go. I mean, I think for Ball Eaters, they're not expecting Mira to miss that touch. One little mistake can lead to that capitalization there in the lead for the Maestros.
Lead for the Maestros, but the Ball Eaters are painting a much prettier picture of themselves. in comparison to what they did in game 1. Mira backpass, that's going horribly wrong. Leoro, does he have the Doomsday dish? No, not quite, but it doesn't matter. VK Saiyan once again there to poke it home.
You mentioned the picture's looking a little bit brighter, a little prettier here, yet this is 1.5 games of no scoring for the Ball Eaters. I'm sorry, Mog, but until I see a goal, I'm not seeing the same picture.
It certainly did not elicit joy, that back pass from Mira, did it? That was catastrophical from the Spaniard on the side of the Ball Eaters. A present to the Maestros. But a present only one that shall be given.
All right, Leoro. Full boost on your own backboard. He's going to go for the reset. There it is. Allows VK to deliver the shot. Torres is the third. Commits, but leaves more to be desired on the shot. This is the chance for Ball Eater to take advantage here on the counterattack. Chester in search of a bump, but VK's already up for that ball. Maestros, despite their commitment on some of these attacks, they're pretty solid on transition defense as well to limit those opportunities for Ball Eater.
And that's the big problem here for the Ball Eaters. Whenever there is an overcommit, the Maestros are just quick on rotation. Back Q-tips! Just about keeps it out and away for the Ball Eaters, but they are quaking in their boots defensively. Have to move out Chester. Matched immediately by Torres, who's just chasing that ball and forcing Q-tips into what ends up being a rather decent touch.
Leoro saves that. Chester close, but not close enough. The drought is serious for Ball Eater here. Feels like they finally found a water fountain with that shot, but then it wasn't in commission. It wasn't spurting out any water for them, so they're still parched as ever. As we get down to that final minute, is it about trying to get this win, trying to take to overtime, or is it just about respect, just about getting a goal on target? Speaking of on target, ludicrous shot out of Torres.
An heroic save from Myra, but it will not be enough. Torres, second go around, he will have his goal. Not the fancy one, the more basic one that gets through the Ball Eater defense. Mira, yeah, simply out of position, but who can blame, and try to beat Torres to that pinch mid. And the Maestros take the second 3-0 lead in the second game. The Ball Eaters, to answer your previous question, Pyros, first of all, they simply have to score a goal.
That's the objective here. Ball Eater, they're gonna whale this ball downfield, pre-jump coming through for Ball Eater, as at this point they're grasping at straws for that one opportunity. Leoro, that's a boost grab, challenging Q-tips. Chester quickly flips into the ball. Leoro pops it high, that's Mira. Pass in front, but look at everyone else from Ball Eater. They're back trying to get boost. Here's the pass over, and no one home. Maestros definitely secure game number 2.
Where was third? Oh, Q-tips just followed up too closely, and most importantly, way too far to the side. Did not expect the fast cutback inside from Torres. Leoro will thank his compatriot for that pass, and it's 4-0 in favor of the Maestros, who are looking poised to have their date with destiny in the grand finals against Limitless.
Oh, we were all waiting to see if that's what would be the grand final once again. And Maestros seem to be on target for just that as they take game number 2. This is Ball Eater mocked finding themselves in the position they were in the last match, losing those first 2 games. The objective is to warm up and hope that you can expect everything now from the Maestros.
Well, the one statistic that is in favor of the Ball Eaters after being brutalized for 2 straight games of Rocket League is that they've never lost 3 in a row in this entire open qualifier. Always able to snatch a game at that third opportunity. And it started promising with that shot from Mira earlier here for Ball Eater, but then I don't know what it was exactly, Pyro. Maybe you do, but the Maestros just kept being in control of it.
Well, there's a huge difference in the counterattack success rate between both teams. If you're taking a look at the replays, quite a few, if not 3 of the 4 goals from the Maestros was just that downfield shot to no defender in the net for Ball Eater. The struggle is this team has to overextend. They have to pre-jump some of these plays to just get that first goal in. It's a risk versus reward that has not worked out so far for the Ball Eater. And it seems like I don't know when it is going to work.
I mean, even on the best of days, the style of play that the ball eaters favor, it is a chasey style of play, but it is always on knife's edge. It's always a balancing act of trying to be fast, but also not trying to double commit consistently, not trying to overcommit consistently. And this is really shown here by the Maestros of how that strategy can falter if you don't get the balance right. Ball Eaters, third time of asking, can they get it right here on DFH?
Can they get their first goal, their first win here in the semifinals after securing top 4 in the region? Torres menacing on that approach. And all 3 have committed here from the Maestros, but once again, so fast on their track back.
Really quickly transitioning, even though all 3 committed, on their way back here, and the Ball Eaters can't get through midfield. A weak shot from the Euro. Second ask from VK Salem, but the question will be responded to, and emphatically so. The Ball Eater defense keeping it up as Chester is there. Pass down opportunity. Where's Mira? Sitting back as he should.
I'm impressed with the defense so far from Ball Eater. Chester had to perfectly read the shot coming from Maestro, and Mira had this read on the pass for their first goal.
A first goal after 11 minutes and 12 seconds without one. The Ball Eaters, well, Pirates, safe to say, they have arrived here in the series.
Woo, all right. We'll take it for Ball Eater. And I will say that came off a bit of a mistake there from Maestros. Thought they had... What? Isn't there a chance to dive at this ball, Mocked?
I mean, that touch from VK is menacing. That doink from Torres is even better. I think genuinely Mira doesn't get there. If he doesn't read that, or if he doesn't see that particular doink coming from Torres, that was just so quick. Even with speed flipping, I don't think he brings up the momentum.
I'll tell you what, that might be the quickest I've seen the ball go from one side of the field to the other. Very impressive clear redirect combo coming out of the Maestros. Didn't mean to kind of pat that down. I was just surprised. I thought Mira may have had a chance at it. Could be a ping thing. Could just be the quality of shot coming in from the Maestros, and I'm sure they're happy to get a quick response here as they face their first deficit.
The response there was given, and it may be given again. Torres, the post denies, but Leoro has an open net, and he will not miss. The hardest defender in all of Rocket League has overcome once more. Open net, scored and converted. The Maestros back in the lead.
It's just another counter, and Ball Eater, they're doing their best to take it away, but when you're producing that many passes around the defense, and Maestros just appear to be visionaries when it comes to getting that ball around their opposition. So hard to save. And in the blink of an eye, Maestros, they take their own lead.
It's still, or it's the lead again here for the Maestros. And again, they are on the attack. VK Selen trying to fake his way through Chester, but the once main, he saw it coming and acted accordingly. Still though, no way out of the blue third here for the Ball Eaters. Mira now into the skies, gets it past VK Salen, not past Torres. As Leoro will surely latch onto the loose ball. He will, he is quick, he is the quickest. And the Maestros make it 3.
That's all they have to do for the Maestros. Just clear it downfield with some verticality, because Leoro is always gonna find a way to score. Unbelievable on this transition attack play from Maestros. And I'm curious from your perspective, Mocked, as we double commit there for a shot on the Maestro side. you were talking about how Torres was still finding the right role on this team, coming over as the top player from Astronic Esports from last season. How do you feel like the pieces are fitting together here?
I think they still haven't incorporated him properly. It looks a lot cleaner than yesterday, I'll give you that much. But they're still struggling to find out every last kink. I think that's mostly also due to the fact that they haven't been playing together for that long. So naturally, still not entirely sure. But I'm going to give it credit where it's due to the Maestros. With their fluid style, it's also very hard to distinguish whether or not he actually is incorporated or whether they're just cutting him away and just happens to be Torres all the time that's being cut.
It does to me feel like Torres is playing a similar role to Rubik's, even if it does appear fluid. Oftentimes it is still VK and Leoro championing those 2v2s, 2v1s across the field and getting those passes to connect. And Torres just feels like that added value that if they need to fill in, the quality is going to come through. That said, I don't think, regardless of how they're fitting together in this match, they're not going to sneer at the result. 3-1, 2-goal lead, less than a minute remaining, and Ball Leader back on their heels.
40 seconds for the Ball Eaters, 2 goals deficit. And unluckily for them, the Maestros very much in charge of possession chess. They're trying to flip the script, but is not going to be successful with his endeavor as VK said, and finds a massive 50-50, burns a lot of time off the clock that is just flowing into the aether. The Maestros will be taking game number 3. VK Salen nearly the nail in the coffin.
I wanted everyone to forget that they were trailing at one point, and to show off with a shot like that, Leoro finds the ball under the crossbar. Ball Leader better on the save, but not on the ultimate scoreboard. That's 3 in a row for the Maestros. They're 1 game away from representing themselves in another grand finals here for RLCS SSA.
That would make it 4 from 4 for VK Salen. But let's see. It may not be over yet, though. It has to be said, Pyro, it doesn't look good for Ball Eaters at any point. 1 goal in 15 minutes is concerning. At least 4 shots to 13 is a more immediate problem.
I mean, it felt like that first minute if we saw the lead come through for Ball Leader and they continued with those chances, but yeah, it really does feel like 1 in a million the Ball Leader are going to score against the Maestros. Once again, Maestros just so lethal on their counterattacks. They have Leoro ready to cherry pick, and then again, this clear from VK and the Torres's doink was so fast. Like at a certain point, you can't blame Ball Leader for conceding so many.
I mean, I'm a simple man. If I see a good doink, I'm gonna appreciate a good doink, right? I think that you just have to, but it's not just the speed of that ball, it's the speed of the Maestros overall that is completely taken the Ball Eaters by, not necessarily by surprise, but taking them back. And we talk about Ball Eaters being such a fast team and always trying to be quicker than their opponents. But here against the Maestros, they're just playing against an opponent with a similar playstyle idea that just does it better.
They're doing it better. They've got the better ping. 200 better ping than Q-Tips especially. And boy, has it translated to the points on the scoreboard. Ball Leader hoping they can get the early advantage as they did in game number 3 as Chester dives into the ball early on. And it feels like the start of the game is going to be very impactful if Ball Leader won any chance.
Let's see if Ball Eaters can at least get themselves 1 here in this semi-final, or if we see the first sweep of the day in our, well, second to last series of the day. Would certainly be a step back from the drama we just had with Limitless and Hey with Riz.
This is Yet again, though, going to pile on the pressure, the ball leader, VK Salen. What a catch on that first touch, delivering the shot afterwards. And you think even if there's a save, VK was ready to dunk it through.
Yeah, I think, especially from the angle that the last ball leader defenders comes from, yeah, VK's dunks him 10 times out of 10. The Maestros take a lead and take a big step towards that grand final. Only 3 minutes and 50 seconds separating them from that target as Torres gonna put on a second. Is this just inevitable, Pyro?
I feel like I'm running back the tape and watching games 1, 2, and 3 over and over again. Maybe it's a demo, maybe it's a redirect, maybe it's an overextension, whatever it is, it's shots from half court. I mean, the range from the Maestros and their vision on the field, it's too much for Ball Eater.
Not the only thing that is
Oh,
too much.
dear.
Oh, VK Salen! That is just rude on your countryman, no less. Mira suboptimally positioned and VK uses him to perfection. It's a move that's been, I think, perfected by Radossin 2 years ago in the RLCS, and it's become so standard, but it's still so cool to see.
Really is. I'm still taken aback by this is truly the most different semifinal matches that we could ever ask for. You have Limitless, who clawed their way to the grand finals, had to win games 6 and 7, and it's almost a 4-goal lead here for the Maestros, where this semifinals is best described as a stampede.
It is certainly the unstoppable force versus the very movable object, as the Ball Eaters are pushed to the side with relative ease. Leora puts in a fourth, and I think that is, if there was any doubt, the final nail in the coffin. The cat is very much not out of the sack, it's in the sack.
Well, the one interesting component is this would be the ultimate comeback that we've ever seen, mocked if it begins now. The least statistical comeback to ever happen. And, I mean, for Ball Leader, let's be honest, as they concede a fifth, they've gotten top 4, right? And this puts them in great position that if they can review the tapes, if they can craft a different strategy, if they go up against the Maestros again in a playoff match, they are very well in contention for the major run. I think top 4, especially just in terms of points, is a huge differentiator when you look at the leaderboard.
I agree and also sort of disagree with you on that one, because with the way the points are distributed, 15 for first place, 10 for second, only 7 for third, I think you can't allow yourself to be out in top 4 as Chester puts in 1, but with 4 goals to deficit, we're going to have to see more if we want to believe.
7's not great. I can admit that, but we've also discussed the fact that these playoff matches, they've been coin flips. We could very well see a different outcome in each and every open. And that is one thing that's been exciting about this region. Ball Eater, they're trying to make this game 4 as exciting as they can with their second goal of the series. First in this game. And now hammering away at the bump plays to try to take the Maestros off guard. This ball's at the half court. Torres in search of the solo play. Chester can't get there in time. Squishy saves too late. And the 6 is in from Torres.
Half a dozen, and the most commanding victory of the Maestros, it seems, comes at the best possible time, just before the grand finals. As, well, I think that, at least for me, there's no doubt that the Maestros make it. I think we have to face reality here. The Ball Eaters, they said, or Chester said yesterday in his interview after they beat Genesix, that there were 2 teams he was scared of, Limitless and the Maestros, and we now see why Chester was scared of the Maestros.
Yeah, you can imagine maybe the scrims that have happened and maybe similar results as well. This is Maestros who we questioned if they were warmed up or not. They got the top 4 after a forfeit, but there's no question now. This match just became even more international.
And I have to say it, as a German, it is something that has to be done. The Brazil has come through. The Maestros really stamped their authority on this series. It is... I feel that it should be illegal to watch this 4th game. It feels very, very illegal to watch what is happening. Brutalization of the Ball Eaters.
This is what the Maestros wanted, right? This is exactly what they came to do in search of a prize that was convincingly handed to them. No questions asked, right? They haven't had the flawless approach to this stage. They've taken 1 loss. I believe it was back there in Swiss. But otherwise, they have had a dominating performance. They are playing from that arena in Cape Town right now, getting the lowest ping possible. They want to put all question marks aside for their exclamation effort here in the semis and all playoffs.
And I mean, the Swiss stage, you talk about that 1 loss that they suffered at the hand of Decimate Gaming. That was when they were still playing out of Spain. That was before their flight down here to South Africa. So I think even though it's a quote-unquote bad loss for them, well, the proposition really has changed since then, as the Maestros take a commanding, a brutalizing, a dismantling 4-0 victory over the Ball Eaters and book themselves in the grand finals, where they will meet their lovers, the date with destiny, against Limitless.
In a way, even though everyone has their opinion on everyone competing in SSA, I think a lot of people wanted to see Maestros versus Limitless in the grand finals. There was a big question mark. You know, how would this team compete if they had the same ping? Well, Mocked and the rest of the desk, I mean, we are going to get our answers after this win from the Maestros.
I feel like a lot of effort could have been saved a lot of effort, budget, time, effort, stress, if we had just started the entire weekend stream about 15 minutes from now and had Maestros playing Limitless. It feels like we've taken the longest possible route to get to where we knew we were going.
I'm going to disagree with that, GB. I do not want to have missed that series of Limitless versus Hay. No. That series was so good. I'm glad we took the roundabout way.
Yeah, no, like this last game has just left us a little bit jaded. Nothing else this whole weekend has been one-sided. We had 5-game thrillers on Friday night before we even got on the broadcast. Yesterday, even this morning, this last game from Limitless was fantastic. Cosmico still put up a really good fight this morning, or earlier this afternoon. So, like, in totality, this was a remarkable performance, I think, from Maestro. There were a couple of little unforced errors, probably far too many unforced errors on the other side, but Maestros was still a strong team, and I think Limitless is not everyone's made improvement, shall we say.
Driver of the day is open. It'll remain open until the close of the grand final, or toward the end of the grand final. So who is your driver of the day? acgl.gg/vote. Go and vote for your player of the day, your driver of the day, and we will announce that after the grand final. And I said I didn't want a dominating win one way or the other. I said I wanted a close series. And if you ever needed proof that the universe cares nothing for what I want, there it was. And it was a dominating performance, and clearly, Pyro, there's going to be a lot of work for Limitless to do if they are. Firstly, I want to take the win that after with all the increase in signups from EU, the number of EU teams, a huge shout out for Limitless for keeping us represented in the finals, and for them to have navigated their way. This, I think, has been their hardest journey to a grand finals. So already massive shout out to them. And I think of, who was that, Mario Balotelli, when he played for City, and he said, why always me? And there is a little bit of a case of why always Limitless. And the rest of SSA, we have got to show up. We have got to do more. But it started with a question to you, Pyro, and I don't even know what it was anymore. I rambled so long.
Don't worry, I got you. As we await for this grand finals match, my greatest concern is how much has Limitless developed between Split 2 of last season to now, because that's the difference maker. They could not best Mobula to represent their region in London, yet Limitless did have Worlds. They had EWC. They had all the offseason to grind, develop, grow, and get ready for this match right here. So the gap was known. The gap was exposed in last season. Have they closed the gap?
These are questions that will be answered in the not too distant future, as is tradition in RLCS. When a semi-final finishes and the grand final is coming, we give the team that's just come up from the semi-finals a moment to catch their breath and get ready. So they're taking a little break, and so will we. We're going to take a short break while that all gets prepared, but then we bring you in all its glory, whatever happens, the grand final of the SSA Birmingham Open number 1. Not just in SSA, but around the world, Birmingham Open #1 is drawing to a close. Last weekend, we had APAC and we had EU, and we've got a whole bunch this weekend. We got OCE, we got, OCE's done, MENA's done, Sam in North America, and us. It is grand final time. All roads at the start of all broadcasts lead to this moment where we get to crown the champion. Who comes first? Who comes second? And what does excite me, regardless of the result here, is that it does mean there's lots to fight for in the remaining 2 regionals for this first major. We've spoken a lot, Ultrazim, about how predictable SSA used to be, and if Limitless or Orlando Pirates, as they used to be, took the first one, you were pretty assured they were taking second and third. Whereas now, it's certainly not in the bag after today.
You know, I said at the beginning, not all eyes would be on Limitless, that there were so many other good teams worth watching. And that's why I was a little bit affronted at your comment just before the break about we should have just skipped the journey, because the journey was so good, man. To watch so many of these other teams really showing up and putting on a show. You know, Highball has potential. Demonics, I think you said, or
Decimate.
Decimate. That's it. Sorry, they looked really good, and I was enjoying watching that sort of showing. Even now, Cosmico is a team that to the future is going to look great. So, yeah, it's still Limitless, holding that flag up high. But there are other people around that make me still so excited for this region.
I think that's a very, very solid point, because we knew, I've made this point already, I'll make it again. We knew that this season and probably next season is going to be fairly painful, because there is the very real potential of SSA players not being at majors and worlds. But we have to use the time while that is going on to become a lot better than we have been. And what has encouraged me in this first is I do believe we are using that. We are accelerating in our growth and our skill in general. I mean, you've mentioned Decimate, Highball we've spent time talking about. There's also Death Cloud Esports with Jeff, Ox Gaming with Max, Scraffy, Jerome, Rise Esports, Tweaks, Rage, Serenity. These are great names. Even White Rabbit Gaming. I mean, Casper's been there forever, but Heatsy and Galaxy. We have Willant out of Reunion. We have T-Show and Eagle out of Reunion. And not to overlook Bird and Unity. There is a wealth that's coming up, but they've got to make that jump. And hopefully they do. But that's tomorrow, and probably many tomorrows. The subject before us is what is right here, which is the grand final. The Maestros versus Limitless. And man, oh man, I think we have a show ahead of us, Macht.
It was foretold in stories of old that Limitless would once again meet VK Salen. Not necessarily beat, but meet him in the grand finals. And, well, you said it earlier, Graybit, we took the roundabout way, but we still got to the one grand final. I think not just we here as the talent, but everyone around the globe that cares about the RLCS wanted to see. It is possibly revenge time for Limitless.
Yeah, it's kind of seeing new faces on the block from EU, certainly. I mean, last season it was Astronic and 77 blocks. They weren't really around to be seen, but we had Mustu Fluck, we had Hay with Riz, and like, what sort of competition were they? And they were worthy opponents. Mustu Fluck, I think, will be very disappointed with their performance. You know them well, Machfish. I'm sure you were expecting them to do far better than they did. And we saw the tense battle with Limitless. So we got a treat there in that prediction. The chat vote for the last time today is open. Hashtag LMT. Hashtag ME. So far, Limitless are absolutely smashing the chat vote at 89%. And we are going to come to our vote in a moment. But let's look at the comparison and what might be the key difference in these two teams. I mean, judging from that series we just saw, Torres is an amazing addition, formerly of Astronic, I believe. and what he did there for me to die for is going to be key for Limitless, and showing up greater than he did in the last. But it's pretty much, if there's a time where you show up, this is the time.
That's it. It absolutely is. Take a look at the win rate, 85% from the Maestros. Think about how Snowy is feeling about that win rate. That was his win rate. Actually, much better than that. The last few seasons of RLCS SSA, it was always in the 90s. Now, they're down to 65. They've got to try to do the work to equalize against, I almost said Mobula. I need to say Maestros, because the reality of it is, guys, the last two grand finals were these two teams, except instead of Torres, it was Rubik's.
The terrifying stat there is the fact that Maestros, everybody on the team has a greater than 1 goal advantage, and substantially so. On Limitless' side, everyone is under a goal a game, and fairly substantially so.
I mean, but at the same time, looking at where the stats come from for a top 16 bracket, Maestros had a series against Genesix where they put in 19 goals in three games. They just like to rack up the scores. They just like to stats pad. It's a tiny little bit, but we know that against this Limitless that has just come out, that 7-win absolute belter against Hey, they will not put realistically that many goals past them.
Is there the fact that Maestro swept their semi-finals and Limitless had to work really hard at it? I don't know, Ultrazim, if that's a factor. Does that put Maestros mentally in a better place going into the grand final, or am I just trying to find things to talk about?
If anything, all right? So we're not saying this is signs of it back, but if anything, Maestros would be coming out of that maybe a little bit too overconfidence. They came in here, they're running, they wrap the way rampant through. Limitless has had to work. Yeah, Limitless is probably going to suffer some sort of fatigue, if anything, but these guys are used to playing it. I mean, even in their off games today, you probably find them at least scrimming or driving around in free play or something like that. So from that aspect, I just believe that Limitless wanted more, and they've had the chance to now flex what it means to run at 100% with the team. And I kind of feel that that means that they're going to be a little bit better oiled up right now. To die for Sweaty getting in some nice maneuvers together. Snowy seeing that ball the size of a house. You know, that's the sort of hopeful takeaway copium that I'm puffing right now.
And there's no doubt in my mind that Limitless are a better team in this regional than they were at any point last season. I do think they have honed their craft and their skill. They've become better. Are they gooder enough? We're going to find out very shortly. Pyro, predictions starting with you.
Ooh, right down to it. Oh, we got to do this, huh? All right. Listen, Limitless in their last two meetings with this team went 4-2 down to the grand finals, then down 4-1. They're trending down, but today, one of the trend up. I believe in the Limitless, boys. Snowy to die for, Sweaty. It's been a grind since Split 2, and I feel like you're ready to do it even when they're on 8
Macht Fisch.
Oh, it's difficult. It is incredibly difficult because I don't know if that win against Hay will have fatigued Limitless or given them all the energy in the world, because I think there are only two realistic scenarios. Either Maestros completely stomp them, like 4-0, 4-1, or we get a series. I hope for the latter, and I think if we get a series, it's gonna be Limitless on top. Sweaty looked phenomenal, like a world beater out there.
Ultrazim,
So, yeah, Limitless.
your one-word prediction.
Limitless.
Well said, sir. You know what? We're going to go, it's not hard for me, we're going to go with an all-desk sweep, and it's not going to be a curse, because in the real world, in the real universe, what we say or do means nothing out there on the pitch. It's going to be down to the 6 individuals who are going to be down there for the countdown, for the epic battle, and it starts right here, right now. Maestros versus Limitless in the grand final, and myself and Ultrazim will take you to the finish line.
SSA has been a region long forgotten, a quite forgotten backwater at the tip of Africa. And yet, as our name has grown, as our reputation has spread across the world, there's been one team that's led the charge, one team to carry the flag and represent at every of the biggest stages. Limitless, looking to do it once more against their greatest rivals of all time. Now is when they set the challenge to rest.
They had a lot of success in the semi-finals by getting out the gate early, and that's exactly what they're trying here. An early shot down off the crossbar, but they want to keep that ball in the Maestro's half, cut them down quickly. There's been a demo which is going to set something up. VK Salen on the back wall, patient and waiting for it, but it comes right back. Everyone's had to back off a bit. To die for, lots of boost, but didn't want to commit too hard as third man.
Patient play coming out from both of these sides. Communications clearly open between them. Everyone moving quite well around the field, but Maestros have a bit of a breakaway. It comes off the crossbar, but it still finds its way in. VK Salen picks up this loose ball off the 50, and with Snowy and Sweaty out of position, having still tried to recover from the previous play, Maestros goes up by 1.
Sometimes the crossbar favors you, sometimes it does not. It did not favor Limitless there. Crossbar and in. Snowy off his own backboard is dispossessed, but Snowy will take it forward.
Nice.
Snowy, great touch forward. Oh, there's been a miss, but a vital touch to send it out, and suddenly it's heading toward a vacant for the moment Limitless net. But Maestros are meeting Limitless punch for punch at the moment.
Even that play, as soon as it wasn't immediately snatched up by a Limitless player, there was a Maestros. No!
Oh, dear.
To die for. He had no opportunity to get out there, but this is the problem. Maestros is just picking up the pace and bringing the fight, like you say, toe to toe. And I mean, out of that angle, Torres has already done a great job. Just a little bit of extra luck there to take Maestros up by 2.
And the chorus of baby violins ring out at the own goal. And once more, Limitless will try. And so this is nothing they haven't experienced before. We mentioned it earlier during the Hey Riz time. They've been in really tough, horrible positions and worked their way out, and they're going to have to do it now. 2 goals behind inside the first minute and a half, and some defending to do. They had a bright and breezy opener in terms of pressure and possession, but Maestros have since turned it around.
Limitless is one of those sleeper teams that takes a little time to calibrate to their opponents. Certainly reading it a little bit better right now. Nice challenges, goes underneath. Sweaty using VK Salen's aggression against him. Still the Maestros are the ones to come away with it. Sweaty awkwardly trying to turn this ball around. Does a good job to get up into the air. Good carry with a late flick. Challenges the backboard. Still Torres and the rest of Maestros unfazed as of yet.
But encouraging for Limitless. The defensive demo might let them at least build something forward. To die for, taking his sweet time and paying the price for it. Leoro going for bumps, going for dribbles, going for everything. They do keep it away, but Limitless under pressure on their goal line. They keep it out for now. We saw a lot of this with Hey Riz, and somehow, some way, a lot of the time they manage to keep it out with some clutch saves in between, but they don't want to be spending so much time having to defend, especially when they find themselves behind.
Well, I like the aggression coming out of Snowy there. Went for a deep challenge just to die for, took that to the sky. Unfortunately, that's cost them all of their boost reserves. Snowy won't be able to pick up the corner one either, and so going to be a little hindered in this fight. Still, Limitless has done well to break down to the other side of the field. Snowy is now reinforced. Still going to need Sweaty to try and clear it long into the corner, but Maestro's resources starting to wear out. Snowy's got it over the backboard, gets the touch. Well saved by VK Salen.
Yeah, nice read, and I do feel if Limitless can get the 1 goal, they're in really good shape to get the next. Oh my goodness, that would have been impressive. It's going to go in anyway. There was almost the double tap own goal, which would have been quite sensational from Leoro, but it puts it right in front of Snowy. He makes no mistake. We're within 1, and now Limitless will absolutely feel there is.
Isn't this iconic Limitless playstyle though? I mean, those first shots, VK did very well to cover the corner, but Limitless, they stuck around, they endured that pressure. They're not afraid to take the amount of time they need to build up a good solid play. And Maestros, they were being chipped away piece by piece. Now into another attack. Limitless, they've got 1 minute and 20 seconds to build up something more if we want to force an overtime. They cannot afford to give something away, and have spent a lot of time on the defense.
And they will be wanting to push hard, like get the 2-goal lead back as quickly as possible, just to kind of put the boot in. But so far, Limitless have withstood the pressure since that last kickoff. And now Sweaty goes out for boost, retains possession. VK Salen off the ceiling, gets in front, but the 50 goes the way of Limitless. And they have a potential opportunity for now. Wonderful work from Snowy, but the intercept from VK Salen. Torres trying to disrupt to die for from behind him. Doesn't quite work out, but it is another Maestro's press forward.
Big challenges coming out from Limitless. They're taking the aggression early. Great shot to die for. Unfortunately, not close enough to the side. The power was all there. The intent was there. The execution struggled. He has to make up for it now with some defensive work. Still retained possession here from Limitless. It's a big bump. Gonna find onto the backboard. It's unchallenged. Someone challenging from the sky. Still, Limitless hang around. It's a great bump to transition into a pass. Leoro tasked to do big work out there. Snowy wants to bring it back for one more chance. It's gonna be kept up to die for, the only one within snatching range. Out of the corner. Snowy's waiting, but hammered down. To die for, still keeping it up. Sweaty can't get to it. Maestros take game number 1.
Maestros take game 1, but it got very, very close in the end. Limitless not far behind, but they do take first blood. They have advantage early in this best of 7 grand final. And overall, we look at the shot count, pretty even. In fact, Limitless getting, exactly even on the shot count. The goals are close. The assists are close. The saves are close. So this is a close series.
And the best thing to me about this was seeing that it was closest at the end. The beginning of the game was tough. I said that Limitless was a calibration-based team, and they really showed it off there. They struggled in the beginning. Maestros was just a little bit faster, and then Limitless picked up speed. I saw to die for getting into the air so far. Sweaty was adept at using speed against their opponents and cutting around them, and Snowy was pretty adept, all the way from the baseline when he was on the back wall to that shot that he got in. It was a really nice showing to see Limitless going, okay, we're taking this seriously. They were not far behind.
All right, well, we're talking them up. We're saying it's close, and it was close, but they're going to need to win games. They're going to need to win 4 of them. And so far, the Maestros are 25% of their way there. Game 2, Forbidden Temple. Let's go. Limitless smashing kickoff there, pinching its way forward. They need to take game 2.
Tough counter to deal with right now, offered up by Maestro. Snowy chases it down to die for with all the patience in the world off the backboard. Gonna get a nice touch. Still pumps up. Sweaty gonna take this. He's got some boost to work with and taking up nice and high. Unfortunately, Maestro's on the retreat. We're able to gas up, and Limitless gonna have to start to build something nice and slow and methodical.
And we'll be looking out for some to die for magic out there, and some Sweaty magic, some Snowy magic. Snowy pushes it forward. Let's call that a tactical fake, but it's going to get them into trouble. That's heading toward the net. VK Salen can't complete. And Limitless getting away with 1 for now, but it's in nervy territory. That's heading toward the in and out save from to die for's there. Torres, though, coming in, and Sweaty shuts him down quick, but loses out on the mid boost, so he's got nothing to work with up ahead. Leoro now has been given time. Flicks it high, and the pass is missed. And again, Limitless get away with it after a minute, which has flown by. There's still a goal. No goals scored.
No goals, but Limitless certainly feeling the brunt of the pressure right now. Challenged in the air on their own goal line. Gonna have a little bit of space. I don't think Sweaty has got the boost. No, it's just spawned behind him. So really nice handoff to Snowy. Decides not to jump into the air. Gonna wait for Leoro's first touch, which is hard. Leoro does well to follow it through and get a decent 50. Still in the hands of Limitless though, but not for long, and certainly not uncontested.
Nice little 50 there. VK Salen, though, picking it up. And it's turned into a bit of a midfield battle. And that's good for Limitless, because it was very much a Limitless half battle. And they will feel much better about conducting this in the midfield as they look to push forward into the Maestro's half. That is toward the net. Not a shot that was going to seriously threaten the net, but a shot nonetheless. VK Salen's going to go high. Cleared away by Sweaty.
Such good awareness from the youngster. Been a great addition to the side and starting to come into his own. It's a handoff to Didafo. It's a great pinch here for Limitless. It's charging down towards the corner, and it means that VK Sailing gonna have to pull off something. Decides to go high with some power. Give it to Didafo the space that he wants to work. He's got all the boost, but carrying it down towards the ground has to rely on Snowy's interception. And Limitless, their ability to get out of their own half has been tested a couple of times, and gonna get some more practice right now.
Yeah, that's a huge challenge for them. And the boost, it's only to die for with boost right now. So he's going to have to take some responsibility to get it out, but he doesn't. He can only get it there. That's a shot on. That's going to be in. And yeah, the patience was wearing thin. The boost was wearing thin. Time was wearing thin, and Maestros are one ahead.
Yeah, that's the thing is, the longer your opponents spend in your half, the more they're going to encroach in your territory, and mid-boost becomes unassailable. You don't really want to go all the way out of that, and Tadiful kind of had one opportunity, maybe 1.5, to break out, and that's going to throw all your boost words. If it doesn't work, you're immediately under pressure. Limitless, don't want to get trapped down there. Got a bit of a breakaway. Turn coming out from Leoro. It's a great touch to pop it up, and helped out by VK. The 1-2 plays between them. The fake is there. He lets it just drop in.
Oh, my word. Yeah, Sweaty at the back there. The ball being chased, and Leoro just dives toward, but doesn't do anything threatening with the ball. Just lets it pass under.
Limitless now. 2 goals behind. Less than 2 minutes on the clock. They take time to get forwards, but being disrupted on so many of these plays may give them the idea that they need to take that up themselves. They've looked so nice when they're being disruptive, and there Snowy picks up a 1 bump in the back line immediately. Unfortunately for him, his teammates lost the ball and give it over to Maestros, who started to look forward, working it up. Snowy gets in the way off the wall, and again, the patience from Limitless shows their composure is still intact. They're struggling with the innovation. Good clear.
They got to get it over to the other side, and Sweaty yesterday in his interview was talking about their ability to adapt, and my goodness, do they need to adapt. And I'm not sure how they adapt or what they've got to adapt with, but they will know out on the field what it is they got to do, and they're going to have to find it very fast, because right now it looks like Maestros are going to take a 2-game advantage in the grand final.
Yeah, uncomfortable position to be in if you're Limitless. They were able to bring back 1 goal at the end of game number 1. They would love to do that right now. It still might not be enough to settle them mentally, but certainly being shut out like this never feels good. There's a breakaway chance here to Didafo coming in from that 3rd-man position. The cross pass is there. Sweaty going to pick it up. It's too close. The bump attempt was tried out, and Limitless still unable to find a backboard or back of the net. VK Salem, though, doesn't seem to have the same problems. Maestro up by 3.
And even if they'd got the bump, there was no Limitless player to tap it in. They'd had to retreat, and now on the counter-attack, Maestro's 3-0 up and looking very untroubled as it stands now.
Limitless, they've got that timeout if they really need to do it. They've certainly been in positions like this before. Maestro's getting far too comfortable, though, and Limitless, they've got to change up their play style. Their misses are starting to get to them. Tadifo is one of those players that has a propensity to try to take the game onto his shoulders if he's put under pressure. So looking to the senior leadership now to settle the nerves. It's just a single game. It's 2 games. It's certainly not impossible to overcome.
It's certainly not, and I think the timeout is going to be a very good call here. And yeah, it's a dominating win in the end, a convincing win, 5-0 as it stands now. Clearly the players, though, are already gone next.
Yeah.
But they need to take their time out, have some words with Zebra, and figure out how they respond to it, because it's down to those 3 players. There's nothing anybody else can do. Some encouraging words from Zebra, and then the 3 of them out there doing the business.
Maestros is seeing that ball so well right now, though. Credit where credit's due. They are playing so well together. I mean, they showed off in that semifinals game and was able to stack those goal tallies up because of their passing plays. Something that Limitless has really been struggling to identify, to get in between, and to just commit too much to, unfortunately, has been a breaking point of them. You can see there a total of 15 shots against 4 there. Saves abounding, and It's nice to see that on the other side. Maestro's had to make a couple of saves themselves, but that's basically the only silver lining that we're really getting treated to, Greybeard.
The stat sheet after the last game, we were talking about how close it was, how even it was, and outside of goals, it was pretty much 50-50 down the line. This time, very much dominated by the orange of the Maestros. So, yeah, big work, and this might be a long highlights package. They scored a lot of goals, and Limitless, on top of it, shut out. So I think, well, we'll see now. We're waiting for confirmation on whether a timeout is taken or not. And yeah, I mean, I have as much of a question as I'm sure, and you and everybody else does, which is, what is the response? And confirmation that Limitless have not taken the timeout.
Well, you know, the whole panel was confident in Limitless. And I think the reason is because we've seen them fight from the ground up, kind of thing. You know, they're always willing to dust themselves off, come in with something else, and game number 3 would be a prime time to do it, if anything. Kickoff goal denied out there, but Limitless now questions. First step, score a goal. Second step, range the series firmly into your hand. Simple as that.
Take this game, because I don't think Limitless have ever pulled off a reverse sweep, but to be fair, I don't know that they've ever been in the position where they would have to outside of a major, but my goodness, they got to pull something out here, and they do not want to be in the reverse sweep position. So let's see how they respond. So far, things are okay.
Yep, rather neutral tussle. Maestros, again, being tenacious here on the back line of Limitless, but that can be punished when you go in with a clear head and get a nice counter-attack brewing. Limitless has the composure to see those opportunities for what they are. You know, they love hanging a late to die for out, finding him down the field. Something like that could punish Maestros, who are encroaching quite heavily now into the blue side of the field.
And we saw a lot of this from them on Forbidden Temple, and they just keep coming and keep going until they find the back of the net. They do get a bit of a clear, but VK Sailor going to find it right back. Nice touch from To Die For. He's been defensively pretty good, To Die For. We need some of that magic going up the field, the forward play. Torres, his flip reset going too far, but it is opened up, and VK Salen can't find enough venom on the shot to get it into the open net.
Still some momentum building now for Limitless. They've forced Maestros into an awkward position. Torres gets demoed. Shot attempt forced out by To Die For. Desperate save. Second one comes out. Leoro, a stalwart in the back line. Limitless decide to take a prisoner for their efforts, and still somehow VK Salen tracks his way down the field. To Die For having to pull out some mechanics that we know and love from him so well, but dribble comes to naught at the end, and still we stay level. It's now Snowy with an attempt through the air.
Almost gets underneath. It's going to bounce out of the corner. Here comes To Die For. He looked initially to follow that, realized he didn't have the boost or momentum to follow it. But this is better. This is a better passage of play we've seen out of Limitless compared to what we saw in the last game. And now they just got to make it count.
Risky there. Tough work as third man. Tempted the bump from VK Salen, the bounce off the backboard to himself, but dispossessed with aplomb by Limitless. Snowy through the air, settles for a 50 with Sweaty in tow. Sweaty's going to chase this, realizes Leoro's got the better touch and decides to dunk on him through the sky. I read that the whole way. Now VK is testing how Limitless is going to do it. He claims a victim for his troubles, but otherwise just both teams spying each other out from a distance and looking for a route in.
This is very dangerous. That's going to come straight down. Snowy's going towards it. He gets there. He gets enough on it. Does enough to make sure the shot doesn't come out. But these are scary times for Limitless. Another save by Snowy off the backboard. Torres pops it high. Here comes VK Salen. Bangs it down. Sweaty with an incredible save. Can they do it again? They can't. Maestros are in front.
Yeah, there was just too much sustained period where Limitless were trying to get anything off it. And I thought Snowy had a bit of a breakaway opportunity. Fortunately for their Maestros, they intercept. They are there as a single cohesive unit. They managed to eventually pick out the one shot that bounces awkwardly. And Limitless again suffered the loss twice in a row the last game without finding the back of the net. Now having to find it at least once to keep themselves out of a reverse sweep territory.
And a single goal deficit is tolerable, but they cannot
Not two, though.
Okay, they can't have two. And now they have gone two behind, and it's starting to look like domination nation for the Maestros.
And again, it's just that resilience, that vision from Maestros to follow through with every play, to treat it like they've still going to have to do more work. And right now, Limitless just a little unprepared for that. Smallest little communication mistake starting to creep in for them. Still good intent from Snowy. He's trying to challenge the back line. Tadaifor waiting for that on the ground. Going to be denied that as Torres lines up the best shot he can. Somehow Tadaifor gets to that.
Well, they keep it out. They've defended well in parts, but they've not been. They've lacked the penetration, the venom in their attacks. They just can't get through. That's heading toward the net, but again, it's going to be quite easily dealt with.
Decides to keep it around. Limitless doing a great job. Tadaifor, can he find a bounce off it? No. His teammates were still in retreat mode, and unfortunately, they got baited in. VK Salen takes advantage, snipes this. Again, these long goals were so devastating towards the rest of the teams in this tournament. Limitless now force prey to one themselves.
It's tough going out there. 10-1 in goals so far in favor of the Maestros, and I'm not sure Limitless are going to find an answer here.
Snowy trying. Tadaifor wants to jump for this. Some sort of magical, inspirational play would do a lot to turn around a Limitless mentality right now. You know, they didn't take that time out after the previous match, and if you're not going to take it now, when would be the right time? Love to see the insights coming out here, because Limitless still, again, trying for the flicks. Individual plays are just not working. The link up, the second cheeky little touches are just not there from Limitless like we're used to seeing from them.
And now VK Salen pops. It's not going to make it over Snowy, but they just want to see this game out without any further bleeding. And now they have to do what has only been done once in SSA and reverse sweep. The fourth does come at 0 seconds. And now the road is short, the road is hard, the road is rough. And Limitless are going to have to walk it alone.
Suddenly, I am starting to really believe in this full panel caster curse, because this is not looking great. We believed in Limitless, and to be fair, they haven't looked as potent as they have in some of the other games. You know, they look to have a fire against Cosmico. Even in that semifinals game, they played with an intentionality that still feels like it's missing. And the only positive I can take out of that, Greybeard, is that there's something that we haven't seen yet from Limitless, and they have the capabilities to step up still.
Yeah, it's hard to know what the comms are like. Hopefully they haven't gone quiet, because I know that's my downfall. There are many reasons I don't compete at any sort of level, and one of them is that my comms, and if you can believe it, I get very quiet when things are going bad, and hopefully that's not the case out there, and they can kind of communicate what they need to keep the vibes going and come and try and pull something out in game 4. I mean, their backs are against the wall. It's do or die. They're at the point of, okay, chaps, we've got nothing to lose. Let's throw everything at it.
Yeah, timeout has been called by Limitless, and it's really nice to see that. You know, they've got to start thinking about it and come into this with a clear game plan, even if it's just to break that mental momentum of their opponents. And I'm very interested to see what CPZ would say. I mean, I've never had a coach myself, Greybeard. You've had someone to tell you, but in this sort of situation,
and none of them have helped. I'm still rubbish.
I'm sure Twitch chat knows exactly what the answer is right now. From me, all that I can see is the lethality in the execution. There's been a couple of times when the shot has gone wide, and that's not an easy, quick mental fix. But, you know, just calming down does help towards that. Otherwise, it's that finish off. You know, it seems like Maestros has got a lot in their backpack, but it's not unlimited. We did see that one period of plays, I think it was game number 1, when Limitless really pushed the envelope. They just chipped away at the opponent's defenses and was able to break it away without overextending to the point where Maestros had the counterattack opportunity.
Well, there is the potential now of Maestros taking down the day without conceding a game. This will be their 8th game and they are yet to face a game lost today. It's do or die time. It is show up and dance for Limitless. This is game 4. Limitless up against it. They've got it all to do.
We've got a long way to go to Champions Field, Greybeard, but I'm a dreamer. You know that. I had the Game 7 overtime dream that I wanted for the semifinals here. Limitless, can you do it again? Now, just unfortunately, the story flipped on its head. They've always looked good for the first half of the games, but it's this being bogged down with pressure where their story really starts to show its true nature.
And Maestros are doing it again. They've come out here in this 4th game with that strangling pressure. Limitless have barely been out of their half in the 40 seconds of this game 4. So if they can figure that out, if they can get out of their half with some control, that would be the start of the fight back. Maybe now Leoro lining up, he gets it right back in as they do so well. VK Salem with a demo will bring it right back once more. Leoro's going to have a shot. It's going to go high. Sweaty with a touch away, but collected in the midfield. It cannot go. They just can't get it over that halfway line.
Oh, this is a decent attempt. Denifor was in hot pursuit for this. Tries to go for a 50. So far, Maestro has been having such a good job out of these 50s right now, and certainly have adapted well to the low ping against their opponents. Limitless, though, they really would love to take these a little bit more in their favor. That's a great one out of Snowy, and he's kept it at least alive. The hopes here for Limitless is Sweaty coming out of the corner, trying to find to die for, but just hands it off to the team pinch.
And a double commit in attack there from Maestros, but almost doesn't matter. Snowy's going to have an opportunity here. He's a little out wide, does get it to die for, and now Maestros clear a opportunity from Limitless and might have an attack of their own. In fact, they do. And this is very awkward. Sweaty, though, should be able to collect and take it out. Nice control, nice push forward, but immediately Maestros are back.
I do like this from Sweaty, though. He's still, as the youngster on the team. No! Loses it in the corner. This is one of the problems that Macht and I were chatting about earlier for Cosmico, is when your only option out of the back line is a linear carry through the air, your opponents are going to realize you need time to set that up, and cramping out that corner. Maestros picks up. Goal number 1 is taking them half a game, but still Limitless yet to answer.
And they've still only scored the 1 goal. It's looking a little rough, 12-1 as it stands now. And a position Limitless are not often in SSA. Staring down the barrel of a gun, and that barrel is now right up against their noses. The view has not gotten any better.
Still, they're showing the resilience. They are here to fight, and that's a great bump coming out of Snowy in the air. Limitless have more up their sleeves to die for. Got a challenge through the air. Torres is too good of control. Snowy relies on the intercept and left Sweaty with a lot of work to do on the baseline. I don't believe that this Limitless side has given up just yet. And what would really settle their nerves is a goal to break their drought.
Well, listen, it's as long as it's 1 goal, we're okay. If a second one goes in, then I think we might have to pull out the hymn books. But until then, they will keep fighting. Fighting they will. They know how to fight. This is going to be a shot on target. Sweaty reads it, knows where it is, gets the defending, but still they don't really get the shot out. There we go. Snowy gets it high, upfield. Snowy now into the middle. To die for, can't collect the pass. And that's been a bit of the story. Now they've got an open net behind. Snowy will read it into the corner, but it's another effort forward that doesn't come to pass.
But it's the right idea. Oh, I love to see that pass. We've seen Limitless pull it off. Bit of an opportunity now to die for. Pushes sideways in a second pass. Unanswered, untaken. And it really is Limitless. They're going back to their old classic playbooks, and it's just feeling like it's rust.
Yeah, it's some days you just feel it's. We all have those moments where you just feel like it's not happening for you. You've got the ideas, and you're just lacking on the execution. And we've seen that twice with 2 magical passes that the receiving player couldn't get on the end of. And now we're down to the last 35 seconds. And we said it was do or die at the beginning. It is now more do and more die.
It really is the last opportunity here for Limitless. They've Had a good showing on the other side of the field, you know, not being cramped up like they were in previous events. And certainly Maestro has been reduced in terms of their lead that they've been able to put up. Still, Limitless, you've got to answer. You've got to have even a single goal to force the overtime. 10 seconds left. It's on the wrong side of the field. Limitless looking for the counter-attack now to die for. He's done it over the buzzer before. Needs his teammates to come to the fore. The Sweaty gonna carry it high. It's defended. It rolls around. Limitless, they let it touch down. Maestro's in a sweep. Take the first qualifier.
And the champions of the opening qualifier are the Maestros. They take it down, and they take it down in convincing fashion. They are the champions, and they will take the lead in the race to the Birmingham Major. There are 2 more regionals to go. Lots to think of for our SSA teams. And in just a couple of weeks' time, we'll be thrown back in the cauldron for Open number 2. But in the meantime, all 112 teams that signed up, the double elimination, the double Swiss, the GSL bracket, the hybrid bracket has ended with these 2 teams, Maestros, prevailing over the Kings of SSA, Limitless. They are the champions, and now we look to rebuild. Tough weekend.
Tough weekend, man. I was so buoyed up after that semi-finals. It was just everything we wanted. And gents in the background there, either of you feeling great right now?
I mean, Limitless just had 1 great series in them today. Unfortunately, they needed 2, and the second one just wasn't it. I spoke to it before when we did our prediction. Either it's going to be very, very clear-cut, or it's going to be close, and unfortunately, it was the former, not the latter.
I'll tell you what, from the Maestro's point of view, like, their challenge game was exceptional in the semifinals, and I was thinking, okay, that's maybe just a ping diff. I mean, you have 1 player's on 212 ping. It wasn't a ping diff. They are just really good on the challenge game, and winning these 50-50s, getting every advantage possible. I talked about how maybe it wasn't trending down. Last 2 grand finals in SSA last season were 4-2 in favor of VK and Leoro, then 4-1. But the trend continued 4-0 this time, and this time it took getting on their ping to do it.
Now, over the course of the last year, I think many in SSA have we've gone through the whole change curve, the grief curve of the region unlock and what it means, and the fact that there was going to be pain, and I, along with many, I think, have come to the realization that this is the new normal. This is the way it is, and that over the long term, I honestly believe this will be good for us. We will come out of this better, not only because of the improved skill, but also for the opportunity of SSA players to connect with and network with players from all over the world, and that's good for them personally as well as in the game. But before we get to the benefit, we're going to have to go through the pain. And I've been largely encouraged by overall to see how SSA is improving. But I gotta say, knowing that the pain is coming does not make it any less painful when it is here. And it is, I'm not sure what else we say, but Ultrazen, bail me out here.
Damn, he chose me. Okay. Silver lining time. Yeah, it sucks. It's gonna suck for a little while right now. 2 weekends time, it's still gonna be nice to see the guys having another shot at this. It certainly was more of a coin flip on most of the games. I really don't think that this is a scoreline we're gonna see again in the future. Limitless is not one that takes losing well. Being swept is now the greatest fire that this team could have ever gotten against them. There's no more, we can just kind of rest on our laurels in this region for anyone. I mean, whether that's the guys who used to make top 8 and aren't even making top 16 now or something like that. It sucks. Get better. That's it. If you don't, someone else in the region will, is the important fact. There are people that are thirsty and fired up for this, and they're coming in, and we've seen a couple of them already making a name for themselves. So get better or someone else will, because this region will grow.
Ravi, Devour, T-Shao, Eagle, Heatsy, Zany. We're looking at you, Max, Scraffy, Jerome, and others. We are counting on you to get there as quickly as possible. And as sad as I am now, I am enormously encouraged by what you guys are doing, the grinding that you guys are doing, and can't wait to see what you do in the future. But let's bring it back to today. We have crowned a champion, but there is also a driver of the day. There have been votes by those in chat. And I don't know if the desk had any particular favorites, but I imagine I'd be surprised if it wasn't from the Maestros. But let's see who your driver of the day is for Championship Sunday. Sweaty! All right.
Hey, I'll be honest. This was my pick coming out. I called him the MVP out of their semifinals victory by far and by a wide. Sweaty put in that work. It's kind of an award, driver of the day, that he's gonna put in his back pocket and just gotta move forward, as a championship victory is much more what he wanted. But it does still go to show the performance that Sweaty had in today's semifinals should not be forgotten. It was MVP caliber.
And that's making me feel a little bit better. 58% of the vote. There we go. That's my man. Sweaty Clarence is the driver of the day for the Birmingham Open #1 Championship Sunday. And we are gonna be closing with an interview. And as it was yesterday, we're gonna be talking to Armonic, who is the Maestro's coach, sub, and oh no, I've just been informed by production. It is in fact Torres. So let's go and hear from Torres.
Well,
Hello,
GG's and congratulations on that Open 1 victory.
Thank you so much.
Now, we gotta take a step back. Now, you're the new guy on the block. You're now with VK and Leoro. How has it been, to form the team chemistry? How long have you been planning this?
I mean, we planned this to be fair, last week of December. Not gonna lie. But well, it's going pretty good so far. We are living also in the same house, which is just incredible, to build chemistry just off the pitch. And yeah, it's going pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, we can all see that. It's a perfect day for you. You played 8 games, you won 8 games, and I want to ask you, is it that you just rose to the occasion? Because you've lost before. You lost in Swiss, you've dropped games on Friday. Was it just that today and yesterday we were basically we're like, okay, this is now the final bracket, we will just win everything from here on?
I mean, yesterday I just felt so bad, to be fair, but yeah, it was like yesterday we lost the game, so we said, okay, we gotta change things, and we have changed that. And I mean, you can see that.
Yeah,
We have changed some things.
Yeah, definitely was able to see it, and now it's a perfect start, right? You won the first Open, you've got 15 points towards the Birmingham Major. What's the plan from here on out? And also, do you expect this to be the grand final every time? Do you think you will play Limitless in every grand final?
I mean, Karka, Ivan, and Revis's team is pretty good, pretty solid too. So I don't know, I hope to play against Karka and Ivan because they're my friends. So it will be like a good final for me. But yeah, as far as I got into the final, the next 2 regionals, I don't really care who we play.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's correct, right? Just make the grand final. That's all you need to do for your chance at the major. And I just want to ask you one last thing. You've said you're now living with VK and Leoro in Cape Town for the foreseeable future. What are you doing down there? You just grinding every day?
No, not grinding, because we got to move to the ATK arena to play. So yeah, we are playing like a bit, we can't play every day because we gotta pay, and we haven't like a lot of money. So yeah, we're trying to, just play before the regional, and that's all. Like, we have been here for 4 days now, so we haven't done a lot of things. But now that the next week, like, we don't have to play, we're trying to make plans.
Okay, well then I wish you best of luck with these plans. Thank you very much, Torres, for coming in the interview, and GG's to you. Congratulations to your teammates as
Thank
well.
you.
And we'll see you in 3 weeks' time.
Yep.
Bye, and let's take it back to the desk for a final time.
And Machfish, I enjoyed your professionalism there in terms of matching the Torres image, and wanting to make the guest feel comfortable.
Definitely not the internet connection between Germany and South Africa being absolute travesty. No, couldn't be that.
All right, regional number 1 is behind us. Number 2 will get underway shortly. Sign-ups close for Birmingham Open number 2 on the 27th of January. That's Monday in a week's time. And then the qualifiers get underway the weekend following that. And then main event will begin on, I think that makes it the 8th of February, if I'm not mistaken. No, the 8th of February. Friday the 7th of February will be the GSL bracket, and then we will do this all over again. So that's 3 weeks from today. So we will go and do grinding of our own, whatever that looks like. But what a production it has been. It has been wonderful to be back alongside Pyro, alongside Macht, and of course Ultrasm. And we will do it more with maybe a couple more people when we're back on the next broadcast. But gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for all the work you put in. And of course, ACGL driving it all in the background with Blank and with Reggie. But from all of us to all of you, for now, peace! We are back.
Oh, this is nice here.